Yo, this is S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get right into it with a media analysis. Of course, Trump has some speaking engagements we got to look over. And then, of course, some current news that came through, as the day progresses. Well, let's get right into it, guys. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, man, let's go.
I feel so badly. He's got some difficulty. There was an accident, and that's all I know. Very close friend of mine. He's an amazing person.
Oh, yeah. Tiger Woods got into a crash. It happens to be that he was drunk. Yeah, and he ended up flipping his car. And now he's arrested and, of course, being charged for driving under the influence. Tough.
Amazing man.
Hope he gets well.
Some difficulty. I don't want to talk about it.
What's your reaction to what happened in the House? The TSA funding is stalled.
Well, the Democrats want to let illegals come into the country, criminals, murderers, every kind of criminal you can imagine, and the Republicans just don't want to have it happen. I have spent the better part of this year trying to get these criminals out, and the Democrats want to have them come in, and we can't let that happen. We just can't let that happen. We've taken out hundreds of thousands.
Hey, shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. And don't worry, bro. We're about to get into a little bit of that today. But appreciate the support, my man.
Even millions of people out of this country that shouldn't be. I'm not talking about people that came in illegal and they're working and everything. I'm talking about murderers, 11,888 murderers. And we can't let it happen. We can't. And that's what the Democrats want. They want people to come into this country. They don't care who they are. If they murder people, they're fine with that. They don't care who they are. They want borders to be open. We have borders that are stone cold closed. 10 months now in a row, nobody came into the country. They want to do just the opposite. And this would have ruined the country. If I wasn't elected, we wouldn't have a country right now. So you can't do it. So I understand John Thune and I understand Mike Johnson. They want to be sure that people aren't coming into our country like they have for the last 4 years. I don't want to say they've ruined it. They made my job a lot harder, and now we have it good. We have crime down. We have everything down. But these are people, some of the worst people. Look at Chicago. 2 days ago, they shot this thug, this horrible human being, came in through the Biden open border. They killed this beautiful young girl who was a friend of, whose father was a good friend of Dan Scavino. And it's just happening every single day. These are the worst gang members, the worst killers, the worst. They allowed the worst people. And you know why? Because the country sent them out. When they saw open borders, every country throughout the world, they sent them into a country.
Now, like I said, as much as I don't agree with what Trump is doing currently, man, you always got to give it to him on the fact that he did close down the border. He's enforcing internal immigration, which a lot of presidents ran away from, and rightfully so, because, well, as you see, it doesn't look good, even though it's necessary. And that's just the sad reality of it. And of course, you know, you got the Dems not wanting to provide no backup for ICE or use local authorities to provide any type of crowd control. So these are why we're having these, well, I would say, unfortunate incidents when it comes to ICE.
And we don't want that. And that's what it's all about. Thank you.
But all right, though, let's get over to our guy here, Rubio, you know, want to be next president, but might have already killed his chances. But let's get into it.
In their factories, and we're going to substantially, and I mean dramatically, reduce the number of missile launchers so that they cannot hide behind these things to build a nuclear weapon and threaten the world. As the Department of War has consistently outlined, we are on or ahead of schedule in that operation, and expect to conclude it at the appropriate time here in a matter of weeks, not months. And the progress is going very well. Obviously, we have some work to do. We have to finish the job, and we are finishing that job. I did describe to our allies, however, that immediately after this thing ends, we're done with our objectives, one of the immediate challenges we're going to face is an Iran that may decide that they want to set up a tolling system in the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is this illegal, it's unacceptable, it's dangerous to the world. And it's important that the world have a plan to confront it. The United States is prepared to be a part of that plan. We don't have to lead that plan, but we're happy to be a part of it. But these countries have a lot at stake. Not just the G7 countries, but countries in Asia and all over the world have a lot at stake.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. They do have a lot at stake, but let's be real. They do not like the idea that they're being drugged into this war, like by the United States, pretty much. And I mean, let's be real. It's like Israel drug us into this, and now we're trying to drag, like, what, European countries and Gulf countries into this conflict, all because us and Israel popped this off. Like, that's not fair, and that's not what NATO was about. It was about, if somebody attacks them or somebody attacks us, we'll pull up. Not, any one of the NATO countries can drag us into their war for their interests. Like, that's not fair. And then let's be real. I mean, they're also going to be putting their military equipment at risk. They got to spend money. They got to put out soldiers. Be honest with you, nobody wants to do that. I mean, I don't even want us doing that, but here we are.
Contribute greatly to that effort to ensure that neither the Straits of Hormuz or frankly any international waterways should ever be something that's controlled or tolled by a nation state or by a terroristic government like the one that exists in Iran today in that radical clerical regime. So there seemed to be a lot of buy-in to that concept. There's a lot of work happening right now. The UK has played a prominent role in bringing that together, but other countries as well. And there seems to be a lot of acceptance of all that. And our allies and partners here, at least to me, seem to be.
Oh, and shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says U.S. foreign policy has caused international strife. Yeah, foreign intervention is crazy. Yeah, correcting foreign policy is a main concern. War, drugs, and human trafficking need to be minimized to zero. The lobbying has offered policy paid for. Yep. Yeah, it has. And shout out to my man, lunatic libertarian, because I know you're cooking, bro. You're cooking and you're not wrong. Our foreign policy is trash. And this is what kills me about Republicans. I've always said this, and I've offended a lot of, my Republican friends by saying this, that, look, we're good on domestic policies, but, bro, we are trash on foreign policy. Like, we're just trash at it. We don't know anything really about it. We don't know the history behind a lot of the terrorism that's going on in the Middle East. And I felt like if people took more time to understand that, they would understand why this war is, like, honestly dumb. They'd understand why it's dumb. They'd understand why we need to get pulled out of the Middle East. So, because one of the main reasons there is because of our intervention and, of course, us just being there and being on, whatever terrorist nation you want to call out, you're being on their enemy side. I mean, if this is what we're always going to do, then, Yeah, we're always going to have problems in the Middle East, no matter what. And it's not because of Islam, it's because of us.
Appreciative of updates on our operation and an understanding of what lies ahead over the next few weeks. Okay?
Those couple of weeks, how seriously is the United States considering?
Oh, do me a favor and double tap that screen, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and liking the video. Or if you're horizontal, press that like button.
Ground troops, and in those couple of weeks, what exactly will you be doing?
I won't discuss military tactics. I don't think anyone in our system is going to talk to you about what we have planned or what we intend to do, and there's obvious reasons for it. But to the extent it has to do with like military tactics and plans, I would refer you to the Department of War, and the Department of War is probably going to tell you they can't tell you anything. So,
well, let's get over to what Fox News been talking about. This is going to be crazy, guys, because Trump weighs in on deploying 10,000 extra troops to the Middle East. Weighs in, all right? So, well, you know, he's not doing it, but he might do it. So, you know, be on the lookout for that, because then we're really cooked. And that really lets you know what's really going on out there. Like, we need that much force? That much? Well, let's see what Fox News say about that.
We can achieve all of our objectives with our ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to adjust to contingencies should they emerge.
Secretary of State Rubio saying that all options, of course, are on the table, as always, and you can see that table's pretty crowded. There are quite a few options there.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious. I'm sorry, but yeah, as you can see, that table's pretty crowded. Yeah, you damn right that table is crowded. I mean, we got everybody in the area, but according to this new, missile range that Iran has, isn't it a bit dangerous now for these guys to hang around there since they're now all in range? Now that we just figured out.
Pentagon is continuing to deploy potentially an additional 10,000 combat troops to the Middle East right now, on top of the 50,000, which are mostly stationed in the region at all times. New video from CENTCOM shows the assault on Iran's offensive capabilities continues as President Trump extends his pause on strikes against energy sites. So remember, that's a carve out, no energy sites. But as you can see, that target is clearly on the list and is being struck. Joey Jones is going to join me in just a moment here from New York. But first, Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, it would take at least 2 weeks for the 10,000 troops that the White House and Pentagon are weighing whether to send to arrive in the Middle East, an effort to force open the Strait of Hormuz, possibly, a mission that is fraught with risk, according to current and former military commanders. In other words, no ground invasion is likely before mid-April. These troops would be in addition to the brigade of 82nd Airborne paratroopers who have been ordered to the region, along with the commander of the 82nd Airborne and his higher headquarters. More than 40,000 U.S. service members are already assigned to bases already hit by incoming Iranian missiles and drones across the Middle East. Many have had to be relocated to hotels and apartments in civilian areas as a result. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit is still days from the Strait of Hormuz and would still have to cross the contested strait, where they would be a very large, vulnerable target. Unless the Marine Expeditionary Unit crosses the strait, it will not be in a position to help with any sort of ground invasion, I'm told by multiple sources. Opening the strait will require demining teams, and the longer this goes on could affect food supplies and crops around the world, because 1/3 of the world's fertilizer normally crosses the strait each day. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper.
And that's what I'm saying. This, like, if Trump does not end this within by this month or the next one, or at least halfway through, yeah, we're gonna see an increase in food pricing and gas simultaneously, and that's gonna hurt. We're all gonna feel it. And I'm sorry, but there's gonna be no amount of, don't worry, it's the short-term pain. Yeah, I'm be real with you. We didn't vote for the short-term pain, long-term game spiel. We voted for no new wars, but apparently we can't get that. So can y'all cease with this BS at least? Because I'm sorry, but nobody's really buying it. And like I said, if they don't conclude this and find a way to get a win or come out with some type of diplomatic off-ramp, then we are cooked. I'm talking about the Republican Party, because the high food prices and gas prices is going to be on Trump's head, and that's going to be it for midterms and possibly 2028.
Said U.S. forces have destroyed 92% of Iran's largest naval vessels but experts tell us they aren't the vessels that pose the greatest threat to ships that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, Martha.
Yeah, interesting. We heard some of that yesterday, that there are a lot of small boats that can be very useful for the Iranians in those kinds of attacks in the Strait. Jennifer, thank you very much.
All right, but let's get back to our guy Rubio, since y'all know, the current update when it comes to putting troops on the ground.
Other than to say that we have objectives. I told you what those objectives are, and we are very confident that we are on the verge of achieving them very, very soon.
Any of it did you said on you were upset or off-put at all by the president's comments?
They never act that way in front of me. Maybe they say that to you guys, and maybe they say that in other interviews or when they go on the press, but not in front of me. They don't. I never get that. On the contrary, these meetings are oftentimes about thanking America for the role we've played in trying to bring peace in Sudan. The recognition that the president played a key role in ending what was happening in Gaza.
Whoa. There's no way he said that. Peace in Sudan? I'm sorry, but the UAE, they're supporting the atrocities that's going on in Sudan. And they're our ally. What are you talking about? And as from what Iran has been saying, they are having, indirect talks, not direct talks, but indirect talks through Iran's partner or Iran's ally. Pakistan. Yes, Pakistan. And yes, those 10 ships that Trump were talking about, Pakistani ships. So, they're getting their oil, and I guess we're taking that as a win for us. I know, right? I'm not even going to say it. I'll leave it to you.
Recognition of the role we've played in stabilizing Syria. Recognition, despite what they may have said in the press, that what we did in Venezuela was good for the world and good for our region in the Western Hemisphere. A recognition of the role we've played in setting up, along with others like Canada, the gang suppression force in Haiti. So, and appreciation for the mediating role we've tried to play in this war between Russia and Ukraine. So I don't know. You guys ask me these questions, like if I go into these meetings and these people are angry, no one there screams or raises their voice or says anything negative. And if they did, I would remind them, but I don't need to, but I would remind them of the role America's played over the last year. It's been a very productive role and very helpful to them. And I would just say this, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it again now. Iran is governed, not the Iranian people. The Iranian people are phenomenal people. They deserve way better than what they have, which is a radical Shia clerical regime that has basically taken that country's wealth and used it not to build roads and bridges, not to build healthcare systems or universities, not to build a better, more prosperous country. They've used the wealth of that country to sponsor terrorism, build rockets, build drones, build missiles, build sea mines. That's what they've done with it, and try to kill people all over the world. And this has to be dealt with. That country was a threat for 47 years. Okay?
But not an imminent threat. There's a lot of countries that's a threat. But remember, y'all said that they were an imminent threat, aka they could attack us tomorrow if they wanted to. And that's not true. That's not true. But then again, anybody is an imminent threat when you just attack them. Of course, they're going to be an imminent threat after that. But this is honestly crazy. I swear to God, our foreign policy is trash. Like Rubio, hear this again.
The Iranian people are phenomenal people. They deserve way better than what they have, which is a radical Shia clerical regime that has basically taken that country's wealth and used it not to build roads and bridges, not to build healthcare systems or universities.
And here's the thing: don't you think those sanctions on their, on their currency, or on Iran, don't you think those actually hurt them as well? And then let's be real. We've been aggressing towards Iran for a while now. That's the only reason why they put so much money into their military capability, is because of the constant aggression of the United States and Israel, of course. So I'm sorry, but we can't just sit there and be the aggressor and get mad when they play defense.
Universities, not to build a better, more prosperous country. They've used the wealth of that country to sponsor terrorism, build rockets, build drones, build missiles, build sea mines. That's what they've done with it, and try to kill people all over the world. And this has to be dealt with. That country was a threat for 47 years. Okay, that regime has been trying to kill and has been killing Americans all over the world for 47 years. We have a president that was not going to allow that to continue unfettered. So when we are done, Iran was already weak. When we are done with them here in the next couple of weeks, they will be weaker than they've been in recent history, and they will not be able to hide behind those weapons to break out and get a nuclear weapon, which would be crazy. For these people to ever get nuclear weapons would be crazy. Look what they're willing to do with the weapons they have now. They hit embassies, they target hotels, they try to kill civilians, they splash out at all their neighbors. Imagine if these radical lunatics had a nuclear weapon to threaten the world with.
I mean, bro, like I said, we did attack them. Like Rubio's literally acting like they just did this like for no reason, and that's what's killing me. It's like, so are you gonna leave out the part where we attacked them and that's the reason why they're doing all this? Oh, you're also gonna leave out the part where they told us if we attack them, they are going to be doing all of this. It's kind of wild how he's leaving that out.
You tweeted out that you conveyed the president's commitment to a ceasefire and negotiate a settlement. Is ceasefire back on the table now?
In where?
In Russia,
Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, we always want to see the end of that war. I don't know why that's been a question. The last meetings we've had on it were last Saturday in Miami, where Steve and Jared met with the Ukrainian side. There are no meetings scheduled as of now. Obviously, that war that goes on and it continues, and it's a very unfortunate war. The loss of life there is tremendous. The Russian side in particular is losing. I think they're losing now more soldiers than they're recruiting. But it's we're ready. We're ready to play whatever constructive role we can to bring that war to an end. But obviously, there are a lot of other things going on in the world as well.
Secretary, on Russia, Ukraine, there were reports that the U.S. was going to divert some weapons for Ukraine in the Pearl system to help make up for the munitions expended in the Middle East. Is that accurate, and is that a message you communicate?
Well, it hasn't happened yet. Nothing yet has been diverted, but it could. I mean, frankly, it's not diverted. These are not diverted weapons. These are our weapons. These are sales. These are military sales through Pearl, paid for by NATO. And so the question at some point is, if we have a need, let me be clear. If the United States has a military need, whether it is to replenish our stocks or to fulfill some mission in the national interest of the United States, we're always going to come first when it comes to our weapons. I think that's true of every country in the world, unless they're...
AKA, we're running out at home, so we need to resupply up in other countries. And this is what a lot of, military experts has been warning. Like, we don't have enough missiles to keep this going, and we're going to have to tap into the missiles of our allies that we keep stored away, by the way, just for this moment. So shout out to being prepared. But yeah, and just tapping into those shows that we're running low. So how long could we keep this up when it comes to these missiles?
A country that doesn't want to survive. So I don't have anything to announce. It's not like I can tell you that that's happening right now, but it could happen. And it could have always happened. If we need something for America, and it's American, we're going to keep it for America first. But as of now, that has not happened. So far, Pearl's been unaffected by this operation.
Have you seen an increase in Russia's support for Iran in this war? And why was now an appropriate time for sanctioned Russian lawmakers to come to the U.S.?
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Why?
Well, that was scheduled previously. Not all of them were able to come. Only 4, I think, we authorized to come. We still think, let's separate two issues here. Russia is still a powerful country with nuclear weapons, and it is important for nuclear powers to have some engagement at the governmental level, just like we do at the diplomatic level. I don't think that was a major concession in any way, shape, or form. What was the first part of your question?
Has there been an increase in Russia's support to Iran?
Look, I'm not going to, let me put it to you this way. There is nothing Russia is doing for Iran that is in any way impeding or affecting our operation or the effectiveness of it. That's the best way that I can put it.
So did the U.S. tell Zelensky that security guarantees depend on withdrawal from Donbass?
That's a lie. And I saw him say that, and it's unfortunate he would say that because he knows that's not true, and that's not what he was told. What he was told is the obvious. Security guarantees are not going to kick in until there's an end to a war, because otherwise you're getting yourself involved in the war. Okay, what is a security guarantee? It is troops that are willing to step in and secure. If you put that in place now, that means you're injecting yourself in the war. What he was told very clearly, and he should have understood it, is that security guarantees come only after there is an end to the war. But that was not attached to unless he gives up territory.
I mean, what you mean? Zelensky's feeling a little jealous. What can I say? He's like, hold up. So you can't pull up and help me out with a superpower, Russia, that got nukes, but you could pull up and help Israel to like fight a country without nukes? I ain't gonna lie. If I was Zelensky, I feel slighted right now. Like, ain't no way this is what y'all telling me. Like, hold on, nuclear powered Russia, you can't help me fight them, but you can help Israel fight Iran. But ain't this about a bitch? I can only imagine.
I don't know why he says these things. They're just not true.
What is the U.S. position on Donbass?
We told the Ukrainian side what the Russians
And shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian. He says, I can't stand Rubio warmongering neocon. I mean, you ain't wrong. Yeah, you were not wrong about that. Oh, guys, and let's not forget to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen on all platforms, or press the like video. Appreciate the support. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, God, you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You could be like my man Lunatic Libertarian and just super chat it in or send a Venmo.
They're insisting on. We're not advocating for it. We've explained it to them. It's their choice to make. It's not for us to make for them. We've never told them they have to take it or leave it. The role we have played is to try to figure out what both sides want and see if we can bridge the middle ground. The decision ultimately is up to Ukraine. If they don't want to make certain decisions or certain concessions, then the war keeps going. Same with the Russian side. If they don't want to make certain concessions to the Ukrainian side, then the war keeps going. We're going to continue to try to facilitate what is possible. If it's not possible, then the war will continue, sadly.
Secretary, with the troops being sent to the Middle
What do
East.
you have set up? Are you a court reporter? Oh, okay.
The troops being
How
sent.
come
To,
the rest of you don't have that? Go ahead.
the troops being sent to the Middle East, sir. What role could they serve other than preparing the way for a potential ground invasion? And while you speak about several weeks, are you concerned that this could embroil the U.S. in the kind of prolonged conflict, that President Trump came to office promising to avoid?
This is not going to be a prolonged conflict. The objectives I've outlined to you, again, I repeat them because I see these reports like the news is not clear.
Oh, guys, man, let's get those likes up. Let's try to get 10 likes by double tapping that screen and liking the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get those likes up.
What objectives are we've been as clear as you can possibly be from the very first night of what the objectives of this mission are. We're going to destroy their factories that make missiles and rockets and drones. We're going to destroy their Navy. We're going to destroy their Air Force. And we are going to significantly destroy their missile launchers so they can never hide behind these things to get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, they hide their missile launchers underground. So, bro, what you going to do about that? And, oh, yeah, that uranium the enriched uranium that we also need to get. Yeah, that's also underground. So how are we going to get that? Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. Boots on the ground. Yeah.
We are achieving all those objectives. We are ahead of schedule on most of them, and we can achieve them without any ground troops, without any. Now, in terms of why there's deployments, number one, the president has to be prepared for multiple contingencies, which I'm not going to discuss in the media. And again, I refer you to the Department of War, who will probably tell you the exact same thing. But we can achieve all of our objectives without ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to adjust to contingencies should they emerge.
On Cuba, two questions. So for decades, you have been a proponent of regime change, but now there seems to be a sense that perhaps President Trump would be happy with a win, which would only entail an economic deal.
So you said there's a sense. Where do you get that sense from?
Well, there's a lot of reporting that
there's a lot of fake. All right, any reporting on Cuba that you didn't get from me or the president is a liar. Because they're the only people working on it.
Do you still want regime change?
I'm just warning you guys. All these sources that are pitching you on Cuba don't know jack. Okay, they're not in the mix. Okay. I promise you, they don't know what the hell's happening.
Regime change, or would you be okay with an economic deal?
What do you mean an economic deal? Look, Cuba's economy needs to change, and their economy can't change unless their system of government changes. It's that simple. Who's going to invest billions of dollars in a communist country? Who's going to invest billions of dollars in a communist country run by incompetent communists?
I mean, isn't that what we do with China? I mean, that's hilarious that he said that. I mean, bro, no, is that kind of what we're doing with China? We invest a whole lot of money in China. And I'll be real with you, we also invest a whole lot of money in, well, theocratic monarchies. So, I mean, come on now. I think people will get around to the idea of investing in Cuba.
Which is even worse than communism. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent communist. And so their system of government has to change because they will never be able to develop economically without those changes. Economic change is important. Giving people economic and political freedom is important, but they come hand in hand. They come together.
Is there a deal?
I don't know why there's any confusion on that.
Is there a deal where the Castro family remains in place, and that's
not about the Castro family? It's about a system of government and a regime that doesn't work. Guys, a couple things on Cuba. I didn't come all the way to France to talk about Cuba, but let's talk about Cuba. It's perfect. I'm happy to do it because we actually talked about it in the G7. So it's actually no, of course not. Plus, we talked about it in the G7. Okay, everybody talks about these blackouts. Cuba's been having blackouts all of last year.
I mean, no, that's true. That's true. They've been going through blackouts for a while now. But I mean, let's be real though. We're making it worse. Oh, and shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says it's not going to be a long conflict. Ha! Shock into all 2001. Yep, seen that before. Are we seriously following this same playbook? Oh my God, bro, it's the same playbook, man. And that's what kills me about this conflict or conflict / war. It's the same thing. They give you a hatred for Muslims. They sit there and try to sell you on, oh, they attacked our soldiers, weapons of mass destruction. Same damn thing. And we're just falling for it again, bro. And that's what kills me. It's like, that's what's always about to kill me about this. It's like we're just gonna fall for it again.
The year before, there isn't a naval blockade surrounding Cuba. The reason why Cuba doesn't have oil and fuel is because they want it for free. And people don't give away oil and fuel for free on a regular basis, unless it was the Soviet Union subsidizing them or Maduro subsidizing them. They just don't do it. They may get a shipment here or there now and then, but not enough to sustain their country. Okay, so the reason why they're having that's why they don't have fuel, and the reason why they're having blackouts is because they have equipment from the 1950s and 60s that they never maintained or kept up. Okay, but ultimately the reason why Cuba's a disaster is because their economic system doesn't work. It's a nonsensical system, and the people of Cuba are suffering because of the decisions, because of the unwillingness of the people who govern that country to make the changes that need to be made so they can join the 21st century. It is sad that the only place Cubans can only be successful if they leave the country. That's a very sad thing. You see Cubans go all over the world and find success except in Cuba. That has to change. And for that to change, you need to change the people in charge. You need to change the system that runs the country. And you need to change the economic model that it's following. That's the only way.
I mean, bro, it's like, but here's the problem, though. We're over here occupied in Iran, and then you're also talking about regime change. Well, I know nobody wants to admit that they're going for regime change in Iran, but we all know that we're going for regime change in Cuba. Like, while we're, doing operations in Iran, I'm sorry, but don't you think we're stretching ourselves a bit thin here?
Forward if Cuba wants a better future. We've expressed that clearly and repeatedly over many years, and maybe now there's an opportunity to do it.
That's the big crate.
Secretary, going back to Iran, is it your understanding that they'll convey their response to the 15-point plan today? And are you looking for anything in particular?
We haven't gotten it yet. Look, we've got messages. We've had an exchange of messages and indications from the Iranian system, whatever's left of it, about a willingness to talk about certain things. We're waiting for further clarification about who is it that we would be talking to, what will we be talking about, and when will we be talking. I don't have any news for you on that yet. It could happen at any moment. It could happen today. It could happen tomorrow. We're not predicting it, and we're going to continue with our operation.
What will signal that they're still serious in your own view?
Well, I mean, signal is that they call you and say, these are the people that speak on our behalf now. This is what they're allowed to talk about, and this is when we're prepared to meet to talk further. That would be a signal. But in the meantime, we continue with our operation, a very successful operation. Every single day, Iran gets weaker and weaker. The Department of War is doing a tremendous job of weakening that regime and its ability to lash out against its neighbors and threaten the world.
Can I see what the West European response to what was presented today?
Well, we had a good. I'm happy about. There seemed to be agreement in that room that we need to be ready to do something. I mean, I think.
But is it okay? Is it okay with you guys if they don't come in and do anything?
Well, we don't. No. Hold on. We're not asking for anybody's help on this war. The president's been clear. We're not asking for anybody to join the war. We're not asking for anyone to get involved in the war. We're not asking.
But hold on now. But we did just ask NATO to say, "Yo, we need y'all to jump in." And I'm pretty sure if they'd have jumped in, we'd have took their help, or the European countries. And then when they didn't want to help, then we said, "Oh no, we was just testing you the whole time." I'm just like, hold on now. Wait, what? Like, no, we did ask for help because let's be real. We understand that opening up the Strait of Hormuz or getting Iran to take their boot off the Strait of Hormuz is going to be, quite the task. It's going to involve some heavy military force. I'll say that.
Anyone get involved in this operation? We're not asking for that. We're not asking any country. We don't need it. We're doing it. We're doing the job, and we're ahead of schedule. So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this. There are some in the Iranian regime that are going around saying that they want to make the Strait of Hormuz tolling thing. They want to make it permanent. That's unacceptable. The whole world should be outraged by it. We're impacted by it a little bit, but the rest of the world is impacted by it a lot more, including many of the countries represented today here at the G7. And so if those countries are deeply impacted by it, all we've said is, you guys need to do something about it. We'll help you, but you guys are going to need to be ready to do something about it. Because when this conflict and when this operation ends,
you know, it's so funny. I mean, a lot of the Gulf states are actually staying quiet about this. Well, there's one. I think it's bro, what's his name? Is it the UAE? I think it's the UAE that's actually thinking about getting involved in this conflict, either that or Saudi Arabia. But no, there's actually some of the Gulf countries are actually going like, yo, we need the US to stop. And then there's Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia going like, look, man, no, we actually need you to finish the job like as soon as possible. So yeah, there's like there's different opinions out there about this war when it comes to the Gulf countries. There are some Gulf countries that want it to end today, and there's some Gulf countries that really don't care how long it lasts, but as long as Iran has been, well, taken out, or at least the IRGC.
The Iranians decide, well, now we control the Straits of Hormuz, and you can only go through here if you pay us, and if we allow you to. That's not only is it illegal under international law and maritime law, it's unacceptable, and that can't be allowed to exist. And so what we've said is that the countries that are most impacted by that should be willing to do something about it, and we'll help them. And that's what I said today, and I had a good reception to that message.
Did you hear about the foreign minister, the foreign minister, what he said at the UN Human Rights Commission, accusing the U.S. and Israel of genocide, essentially?
The Iranian.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, he's an expert in genocide. They're experts in that because, you know, they sponsor terrorism all over the world, and they've killed thousands and thousands of people. Look at the Middle East. Look at the Middle East, guys. Every problem in the Middle East tracks back to Iran. Hezbollah, Iran.
Now I'm gonna say this. Yeah, it was wild what the Iranian foreign minister said. I was like, all right, hold on, bro. First off, we're not doing no type of genocide. What we're doing against y'all is honestly military action. Like, that's fair. But what we're doing what Israel's doing by striking civilian locations, like right now in Iran, about 81 to 100,000 civilian homes and locations have been struck. And I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think it's us. I'm gonna have to put that one on Israel. Also, Israel's engaging in bombing civilian infrastructure in Lebanon as well. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, yes, and civilians were also killed in that, and civilians are also being killed in Iran. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I could see kind of where he's getting that from, to be honest with you. But I would like him to leave us the hell out of that.
Shia militias that are destroying and threatening Iraq.
But we are
Iran.
back.
Hamas, Iran. The Houthis, Iran.
Shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says, listen to this guy. He's an absolute disgrace. Humanity needs to do better. Yet he is telling you straight up, we will continue business as usual. Like, bro, literally. It's killing me too. It is killing me too hearing this. I mean, like, man, anytime I hear updates about the war from the Trump administration, I'm just like, oh my God. So like, so things aren't going well out there, man. You might as well just say that. Look, man, you ain't got to sit there and say, oh, don't worry, we're destroying all this and that and the third. I mean, look, it's nice to hear, but the fact that Iran is still firing the Gulf countries and like a 10th volley of missiles into Israel, it's really hard to sit there and hear that while they're doing that at the same damn time. Sometimes they're doing it while you guys are saying it. So yeah, it's kind of weird to hear you guys like mouth off about, you know, oh, we're destroying their military capability while they're displaying military capability.
Assad, when he was in Syria, Iran, everywhere you turn, they're behind all of it. They are a destabilizing, dangerous, evil force that had to be dealt with. They have to be weakened.
Could I ask you about the West Bank? What's your level of concern about violence by settlers against Palestinians?
Well, we're concerned about that, and we've expressed it. And I think there's concern in the Israeli government about it as well. I'm sure you've seen the reports that some of these individuals have also attacked security forces, Israeli security forces, in the process. So we're concerned about that, and obviously the president has expressed very clearly that he's against any sort of changing the status quo in the West Bank. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world right now, but that is a topic.
Oh, yeah, and also Israel is annexing the West Bank, even though President Trump, yes, our president told Bibi Netanyahu not to do it. You're not going to annex the West Bank. He said it in the Oval Office. He said it on camera. And yet, what is Israel doing? Annexing the West Bank. Oh, and they're about to try to annex southern Lebanon as well.
We follow very closely.
Or would there be repercussions if these attacks continue against Palestinians?
Yeah, we've expressed our concern about it, and obviously I think the Israelis themselves have expressed concern. You've seen that some of these groups and individuals, maybe they're settlers, maybe they're just street thugs, but they've attacked security forces, Israelis as well. So I think you'll see the government there do something about it.
Oil was a part of the conference came up today was Chernobyl power plant repair fund. Has the U.S. committed any funding?
We have not as of yet. It didn't come up directly in today's conversations, but I know it's been a topic that's been talked about. We haven't made a decision on what we can contribute to that yet.
Have we, on the temporary oil sanctions relief for Russian oil, I'm just wondering if those will truly be temporary, and what's the plan and time frame?
Well, right now I think they expire April 9th or 10th. Yep. It's only about the oil that's in the water. So we don't have, that's not a permanent policy of the United States. Obviously, we'll make adjustments if necessary given global conditions. But ultimately, the president has not indicated his desire to permanently lift any of these sanctions. This has to do mostly with oil that's already out in the water and was either going to go to, for example, to China at a discount. Now it's just the only that oil is going to be sold one way or the other. The only difference is, are more countries eligible to buy it to take a little bit of the strain off the global concern about what's happening in this operation.
And then on the Strait of Hormuz again, I mean, I know it's there's been discussions of a potential multinational coalition after the conflict ends. I'm just wondering if any of the G7 countries you spoke to today gave any sort of early commitments that they would want their military.
I think they all gave a commitment that they understood the necessity for it potentially, and that there would be a need to participate in something like that. I think some of the confusion over the first couple of weeks, maybe in the media, maybe in other forums, is this idea that somehow we were asking for that to start immediately. I think we've always viewed it as a post-conflict necessity. Look, I don't care what Iran says. The first few tankers that go through the straits after this operation is over, they're going to want an escort from somebody, or they're not going to be able to get insurance. So the world better step up. But we have a second problem, and that is, what if Iran decides, or whoever's in charge over there, whether this Ayatollah is alive or a new Ayatollah or whatever it is, what if they decide, hey, we like this tolling, we're going to start charging everyone to come through here, we're going to blow you up? The world better step up and do something about it. And so, especially the countries that most depend on the
bro, we started it. Like I said, bro, we started it, and we're gonna yeah, we started it, but world come finish it. Like, no, of course they're gonna tell us to kick rocks. Like, why not? Like, bro, you started it, finish it. Oh, but you know this affects y'all too. Yeah, I know, but we didn't. That's why we didn't get ourselves drug into this. So, like I said, it is a bit crazy how we are trying to drag the world into this conflict, which would basically be saying that we basically try to pop off World War III. But hey, I'm not going to take the accusation that far.
Powerful countries, capable countries. So we'll be there to help. We're willing to be a part of that coalition, but we've encouraged others to sort of put it together. And many today signified not only that they understood that message and agreed with it, but they were working hard to make that happen. All right, it's getting cold. We're out. Let's go.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video over here. Let's get over to the CNN. New polling.
The president's choice to enter into a war with Iran has not been widely popular with Congress, as Sarah was just discussing. It hasn't been popular with the American people either. So how is it impacting Trump's approval rating? CNN's Harry Enton here now to run the numbers. So, Harry, Fox was one of the initial polls, right, in terms of showing how the Iran war was sitting. It didn't really show that there was a big issue with it initially. Things are changing this morning in this latest poll that we have out.
That's exactly right. Look, when there was this slew of initial polls that came out, the Fox News poll was the one initial poll that did not show that the war was unpopular. That has changed. Trump has lost his one good poll when it comes to the Iran war, because just take a look here. Net approval rating of U.S. military action in Iran. In early March, it broke even, right? 0 points. What that essentially...
And I said this was going to happen. Like, yo, the longer this drags on, the worse it's going to get for Trump and his approval ratings.
She means it's 50% approved, 50% disapproved. But down it goes. Look at this now. The net approval rating for the U.S. military action in Iran, negative 16 points. Just 42% of the American public approve of it, 58% disapprove. So now we're looking at basically every single poll in which the clear plurality or majority of Americans disapprove with the U.S. military action in Iran. Trump can no longer point to a poll that actually shows that among the general public at large, that the American public actually.
It's funny. I think CNN like realized what they did. Like, hold on. Did we just give the president more confidence to keep on going with this? Like, yeah, buddy. When you told the president that 100% of his base supports this war, yeah. What do you think? What did you think? But I always did say I thought that they were trying to like make us seem like a cult. But now here they go, turning back around, going, wait a minute. We're not saying that it's popular. We're like, hold on. Actually, my man's losing popularity on it. Like I said, though, as this war drags on, more and more people is going to get turned off by Trump. That's just going to be the reality. Political
approve of this military action.
So this is the overwhelming for the Iran war. When it comes to how President Trump is handling Iran in general, what do we see?
So you see this negative 16 points, you think that's bad, but look at Trump's handling of it. It's even worse. Oh my. Okay, Trump's net approval rating of Iran. Look at this. Overall, 28 points underwater. Very, very unpopular Donald Trump's actions are when it comes to Iran. And look at those in the center of the electorate. Look at independents. Whoo! Negative 58 points. 58 points underwater Donald Trump is when it comes to Iran. And of course, this has been dominating politics over the last month. And so what we see here is the U.S. military action in Iran, not popular in a poll. It used to be actually not so bad. And Donald Trump's handling of it, even worse. And those in the center of the electorate, you can barely find any independents at this point who approve the U.S. military action in Iran.
So earlier this week, the president's overall
I have been vindicated.
Approval numbers were not great. I think they had you saying, yikes. Where do they stand in this Fox News poll?
You know, we have been talking about in poll after poll after poll. Look, you can look at one poll and you say, okay, Donald Trump's hit a new all-time low. And you go, okay, maybe an outlier. Then you see 2, then you see 3, then you see 4. And here, how about number 5? Okay, Trump's net approval rating. In March of 2025, according to Fox News, he was at -2 points. Look at where he is now, a term too low. 18 points underwater, according to Fox News. There is simply put no poll you can point to at this point at which Donald Trump is either at or near a record low. And this is yet another one. And he is just struggling mightily. This Iran war is simply put at this point, a few weeks in, not popular. And it is becoming less popular.
Because remember, at first he said, oh, don't worry, we'll be done by the end of the week, 4 days, 7 days, a couple weeks. And now we're about to close out this month, and it looks like the war is I'm gonna be real with you, no closer to being concluded right now. Now we are hearing of talks, indirect talks, which the mediator is the Pakistani. So we'll see how that works out. But as things still go on, things are still hot on the ground. I mean, Iran is still attacking. We're still attacking Iran. The only thing we ceasefired on was destroying each other's energy infrastructure. So, well, I'm gonna be real with you. They're destroying the Gulf states' energy infrastructure. That's the only thing we kind of held off on, because if we destroy their energy infrastructure, they're gonna retaliate by sending hypersonic missiles or their new, like, I'll be real with you, those new rockets that can go 4,000 kilometers. Yeah, they're gonna fire those right at the energy infrastructure all throughout the Gulf region, and we're all gonna pay for it. We all are.
Longer it goes on.
Would you support troops on the ground in Iran on this point?
No, 100%. Crystal clear from the beginning, no.
This war is now in its third, going into its fourth week. There are more questions than answers. We're not getting answers from the administration on the end game.
Coming out of this briefing today, I don't have any confidence whatsoever that they have a plan, a strategy, even very clear goals for what they want to do next.
Everyone needs to get the same briefing we received today and make that decision. Is it right to go into a protracted?
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's try to get those likes up. And also shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian. He says polling is very skewed. Since when did they care about independence on the national stage? Operation Mockingbird in full effect. Documents don't lie. I mean, literally. And I was trying to tell everybody that, come on, guys, y'all really gonna believe 100% of MAGA supports this? When, like, bro, I'm pretty sure I can gather 1 million people in MAGA who don't support this. Why? Because people like Candace Owens support it, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and other MAGA influencers. Well, that was MAGA influencers. Yeah. What about their people? What about their audience? Who they convinced to vote for Trump as well? Don't they count as MAGA? Because they weren't independents. Those guys are most likely conservatives through and through.
elongated war where soldiers are going to die. And right now, I am adamantly opposed to boots on the ground, based on the information that I have.
Joining me now in the group chat, we have Congressman Corey Mills. He's a Republican from Florida, member of the House Armed Services Committee. I wanted to talk to you because obviously you are a military man, but you've also been in these briefings. Answer the question from Nancy Mace. Do you see a plan or do you see a protracted war?
Well, I don't see a war for sure. That's not what the president's objective has been from the very beginning. I mean, if you think back, for example, to 2011 in Libya, one of the primary reasons that we went in there, we didn't declare a war, but a hostility, as the Department of Justice had clarified under UN regulations, is that there was no boots on the ground. It was about trying to protect innocent lives of civilians there. And I think with 40,000 plus people being completely just massacred within the streets by trying to do what we would call the First Amendment, I think that the president looked at this, looked at the overall nuclear threat. And I think that when we saw the fact that recently they were even launching hypersonic ballistic missiles.
But let me stop you there.
They didn't have. Well,
Perfect. No, here's the
because
thing.
we're calling it a war, but it's not actually a war.
Okay, so
Bro, oh my God. It's like, bro, everybody else is calling it a war. The president's calling it a war. Pete Hegseth is calling it a war. Can we just stop the bullshit at this point, please? Please, man. It's a war, okay? You can sit there and you can call it a conflict. It's whatever at this point. You're not going to offend me by calling it a conflict. But let's be honest, it's a war.
you're saying that. I think by most average people's understanding of seeing bombings every day, they think they're looking at a war. And then when they hear someone like
a war in Libya then?
Lindsey Graham has talked about taking Karg Island and compared it to Iwo Jima. Let me play this for you.
So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Karg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil, control that island, let this regime die on a vine. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
Then I had Mike Herodopoulos on this show, Republican from Florida, and I asked him about boots on the ground. Here was his reply.
The last thing we want is boots on the ground. As you mentioned, our own son is in the United States military, and I'm very cognizant. I know what not only he, but all of his friends are thinking right now, and we're optimistic we can finally take Iran off the map. That is all of our goal.
Well, let me just start out by saying that Lindsey Graham doesn't speak on behalf of the Republican Party, and certainly not on behalf of most Americans.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Lindsey Graham has had the presidency here when it came to this war. And I mean, let's be real here also. He was over there in Israel trying to train Bibi Netanyahu on how to convince Trump into bombing Iran or into getting into a conflict with Iran. As you know, because he don't want to say war, so we're going to say conflict for his arguments.
He speaks a lot for the White House.
Well, I'll tell you right now, though, but if you
sure
look at it, I mean, Lindsey Graham would be willing to start a war with someone basically, porch pirating one of his Amazon packages.
So are you worried the president listens to him?
Well, the president listens to everyone, but that doesn't make his final decision. I mean, the president is one of those individuals that he collects intelligence from all areas, but at the end of the day, it's...
Let me be real with you, bro. We're concerned that Lindsey Graham is anywhere near the president. Like, bro, that's one guy that we don't even want near the White House is Lindsey Graham. Like, we want that man as far away from the president and from influencing the president. Like, really, to be quite honest with you. But I'm sorry, but Lindsey Graham, and he's hanging out with that guy, getting advice on what to do in Iran from that guy. Iran, sorry. Yeah, no. This is the worst case scenario right here. Is Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin being Trump's counsel for what we need to do in the Middle East? Like, if that's the case, we're just fucked.
His decision. He determines imminence, as Tulsi Gabbard talked about, and he gets to see intelligence that, not all of us get a chance to see because he gets it from so many different factions within the IC community.
But you're mentioning Tulsi Gabbard. That's a great example. Her chief of staff basically exited with a resignation letter saying that Iran was not an imminent threat.
Her chief of staff also, as it was recently released, that he wasn't in a majority of the briefings that actually Tulsi was giving to the president and vice versa. Even John.
You know why that's such a dumb argument? Because he was head of counterterrorism, aka he got his information outside of those briefings. It was his job to get information outside of those briefings and bring it into those briefings so the president can have a more informed opinion. fact that Trump kept the head of counterterrorism out of those briefings doesn't mean that bro didn't have any information. We're talking about Joe Kent, by the way.
Ratcliffe, who
head of counterterrorism, ex-Green Beret, ex-CIA. I mean, I'm sorry, but he's kind of like the best guy to speak on this. Oh, he also fought against these Iranian-backed, proxies and all this crazy stuff. So yeah, he's kind of the best guy for the job. I'm sorry, but you can't really bring me with nobody with any better credentials than Joe Kent. That's probably why he got the job.
Was the CIA director and former ODNI who filled Tulsi Gabbard's position, even made it clear that, yes, there was, in fact, nuclear capabilities that had been developed and that they were only moments away from being able to
So
do
what I'm hearing from you is you're in the camp of there was an exact imminent threat and that you're not calling it a war, even as we amass troops heading to the region, including land combat commander and paratroopers.
I think that it's always the case. And look, I came from the 82nd Airborne Division. I served proudly in the 82nd, served in combat with the 82nd Airborne Division. But it's interesting that no one was calling it a war whenever Obama found it to be totally fine in 2011 to launch for 7 months, by the way. 7 months for Libya.
But the people who are on their way there are not going to do what happened with Obama. They are going to be in a mission.
Actually, hey, you want to know what else the American people's not going to do? Look, we're not going to do what about Obama? And when it comes to the rising of gas prices and God forbid, food, yeah, we're not going to be wanting to hear the what about Biden argument. I'm going to be real with you. Think about it like this. I used the what about Biden argument before the war because it's a valid argument. After this war, when an action of Trump is making prices rise, it's really hard. I'm be real with you. It's kind of dumb to use that what about Biden argument when this whole thing is happening because of Trump's actions.
But let's go ahead and face the facts. We deployed troops to Kuwait. We deployed troops to Saudi Arabia. And none of them ever actually had gone into certain areas. They were actually a prepositioned, basically contingent.
So that's
the idea as well is that force presence and force protection is a very important thing in the military. Being able to demonstrate strength actually does get results in negotiations. And we've seen that time and time out. So having positions actually prepared and have people in the country doesn't mean we're putting boots on the ground and war is starting.
Look, I'm with the congressman here. Escalate to de-escalate. That is a path forward, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Here's the word from James Mattis, former defense secretary. I can't identify a lot of good options. You can say it's over. You can even declare victory, and guess what? The enemy gets a vote.
And guess what? James Madison, I couldn't identify him as a good Secretary of Defense, and that's why he also didn't last.
Does the enemy not get a vote?
The enemy always has to be right 1% of the time. We have to be right 100% of the time. That's always been the case. But the reality is this. If we would have done nothing, we would have allowed 47 years of actual conflict against the Americans. If you go all the way back from the time that they, took over 55 hostages, or the fact that they bombed the Beirut bombing, or the fact that Qasem Soleimani and the Quds Force was killing Americans across the globe with proxy militias everywhere, to include the EFPs that was maiming 600 plus people. So, the idea is that we're already at conflict with them. This is an evil dictatorship and regime who was killing young women like Mahsa Amini for the fact that she didn't want to wear a hijab. This is an oppressive area that basically subjugated women. And
bro, I'm sorry, but please I'm sorry, but we're not trying to hear the women's rights argument. And we're not even trying to hear about all that other stuff, because I'm be real with you, that ain't got nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with the nuclear capabilities of Iran that you guys say y'all care about so much. I know y'all want to make the humanitarian argument. We don't care. It's not America. That's the whole point of America First, is that we care about what's going on here. I'm sorry, but if our women in America is not being treated like that, I do not care. Our women's got rights. I mean, I guess they're just kind of got rights. I mean, look, they're able to go to school. I mean, shouldn't that be enough for you guys? Some of them are able to walk around without the hijab on. Should that not be enough? Oh, no. You want liberalism. You want OnlyFans and strip clubs, right? You won't be happy until there's OnlyFans and strip clubs in Tehran. Is that what we're going for? Because I'm going to be real with you. Who cares? Actually, there's people who like their Islamic regime, and let them have it. If they want to overthrow it, leave it up to them. But I'm sorry, I don't want to get into war over women's rights in Iran.
Follow up on that last idea. We heard voices from Iran in the show earlier.
And human rights in Iran. I'm sorry, but we can't just care about the world. Let's be real. We don't give a damn about Iranians. or we wouldn't be bombing them right now. I'll be honest with you. And yes, most of the Iranians that oppose the regime, they live in these big cities, which Tehran is, and which we're heavily bombing right as we speak. So come on now. You actually think we're doing this for the Iranians? You think we give a damn about human rights and women's rights in Iran? No. We just want to take out the regime, or at least put them under our boots so we can control their nuclear capabilities and their oil again.
Talking about feeling disappointed, feeling like if this administration walks away and they are left with a more angry, aggressive regime, that the U.S. would have betrayed them. You have served. You've heard this argument in Afghanistan. What do you tell them now?
Well, I can tell you one thing that we need to look at is who our global partners are in that region. If you look at what the UAE has said,
Are they right to feel betrayed?
KSA, I don't think that the president's betrayed at all when he said help was on the way.
Oh, guys, we got a bit of breaking news. Yemen's Houthis claim responsibility for a missile attack on Israel. The Houthis, which the terrorist group in Yemen that are supported by Iran, have just confirmed that they launched an attack on Israel. Their first in the month-long war. The group says it launched a barrage of ballistic missiles targeting Israeli military sites located in the south of the occupied West Bank. Oh, shit. All right. I mean, that's not good. I don't think that's good. They might actually end up hitting the Alexa Mosque, and then there's really going to be a fallout in the Muslim world. But so pretty much why Israel and Lebanon or the Hezbollah is hitting the northern Israel, southern Israel is getting hit by, well, the Houthis. So, yeah.
Was it not? And so I think that they're getting a little ahead of their skis. And also the fact is that you don't go ahead and tell a forecast to the enemy what we're going to do. We don't give definitive timelines. Here's when we're coming out, because what you do is you watch what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, where they essentially sit back waiting for counterattack, counterinsurgency of a transitional government. And so you don't show your cards at every single poker table. And the president's basically, to quote him, escalating to de-escalate, but he's also guaranteeing that all options are on the table for the regime to consider. So this is really about trying to ensure that this doesn't become a bigger global conflict and we can get peace and stability within the region, and the Iranian people can select their next leader, whether that be Reza Pahlavi or whether that be someone from inside,
a monarchist,
transitional. Well, not even a monarchy. He doesn't want to come.
We'll bring you back to talk more about it because you've raised a lot of ifs, and
Literally.
a lot of people have.
We all know Reza Pahlavi's not the guy, and Iran doesn't want him. Bro, I'm sorry, but those monarchists that live here in America and all this good stuff, or the UK and in Australia, they are out of touch. They're out of touch with how the people of Iran feel. One, about the regime, and two, about the Shah. I mean, they rejected the Shah. The Shah got kicked out because of corruption and the secret police. So why are we trying to bring back the same monarchy that they overthrew for this Islamic regime? Like, come on now. Like, do we not know the history, or we just choose to forget? But all right, though, let's see what Fox News is talking about. And let's see here.
Fox News alerts Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the war in Iran could be over in a matter of weeks, not months.
We have objectives. I told you what those objectives are, and we are very confident that we are on the verge of achieving them very, very soon.
Rubio told G7 allies that this could be wrapped up in 2 to 4 weeks, as the Pentagon's currently considering sending 10,000 more ground troops into the Middle East. And the clock continues to tick for the mullahs. The president says the Iranians are on their knees.
Iran! What's the latest with Iran, sir?
On Iran, they are being decimated. They are talking. We are talking now. They want to make a deal. Very simply, our military is the greatest in the world by far.
And like I covered, they're not direct talks or indirect talks being held through a Pakistani mediator. So it's Pakistan that's mediating this stuff. This is why Iran pretty much said there's no real talks going on between their officials. They're pretty much just talking to Pakistan, and Pakistan's relaying the message to America. Oh yeah, and like I said, those 10 ships that they let through the Strait of Hormuz, Pakistani ships. We're not getting our oil, but they sure are.
Iran is being decimated.
It's only going to get worse. Our kamikaze speedboats have just entered the war zone for the first time in the history of combat. These robo-skippers, also known as GARCs, are like remote-controlled jet skis that explode on impact. They're cheaper to make than missiles and have already logged over 2,000 miles in epic fury. And they're targeting Tehran's fleet of high-speed attack boats. The Strait of Hormuz is becoming a testing ground for next-generation warfare. The U.S.
Smart. I'm not even gonna lie. That's smart. I mean, I'm impressed. So pretty much we're just gonna send these little suicide kamikaze drones out there. They're gonna blow up these mines, and then we don't gotta worry about it no more, right? Well, wrong, because they're still able to throw missiles out there and strike ships. So I mean, they definitely did handle the mining problem, the mines, but that's not really gonna handle the fact that these guys can still send drones and missiles out to the Strait of Hormuz. But guys, make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way.
USS Abraham Lincoln was also pictured just outside of the strait in the Arabian Sea. The warship's nearly the size of the Empire State Building, and it's untouchable.
A very valuable thing that we had floating underwater, namely an aircraft carrier, biggest in the world. And they were shot, 101, going 2,500 miles an hour. And out of the 101 missiles shot, 101 missiles were shot down.
The USS Tripoli is almost in position, and on board, the Marines. New photos show the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit conducting.
There's not going to be no boots on the ground, guys. You're tripping. There's not going to be no boots on the ground. And then boots on the ground incoming. Well, don't worry, guys. It's going to be a quick little operation 3 months later. Well, look, man, you just got to trust the process. I hope what I'm saying doesn't come true. I really do. But all right, let's get into it.
A live fire deck shoot from the ship, preparing for action. Joining our F-35s in the.
Oh, Kingin, bro. If you could do some clipping up and kick for me, bro, that'd be great. Because your clips, they got a lot of views on Kick. So if you could do that for me, that'd be great.
The air, the F-15 Strike Eagles, designed for high-speed, long-range, and deep targets, both in the air and on the ground. New video shows U.S. forces continuing to decimate key military infrastructure deep inside of Iran. In 4 weeks, 10,000 military targets have been hit, and we fired over 850 Tomahawks. 2/3 of Iran's missiles have been destroyed or buried under rubble. Trump says the target list is shrinking.
We're just floating over the top looking for whatever we want, and we're hitting it, and we have another 3,554 targets left.
Hey, and shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian, for he's a donation from the Lunatic Libertarian. He sent 35, so he done open up the call-in line. And shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian. He sent it 35 in on the Venmo, and whatever you sent on Venmo is doubled. So that counts as 7. That's a baller. All right, man, I'm about to go ahead and post that call-in link right now.
And that'll be done pretty quickly.
As we go into the final stage of the war, hopefully, the campaign's been more focused on strategic targeting. We're settling in at a sustainable pace of bombing between 300 and 500 targets a day. We're also using shorter range munitions that are far less expensive. Meanwhile, the Israelis had a big 24 hours. After taking out the Guard's Navy commander, the IDF just struck gold.
Now, I'm gonna be real with you. That's smart. That's smart. They're trying to lessen the cost of battling Iran because they're realizing that there was a huge discrepancy when it came to what Iran was paying to attack us and what we were paying to defend ourselves. Like I said, we were shooting $1 million rockets at $50,000 drones. Like, we could not keep that up. But we found a smarter way to get it done. So I mean, kudos. I'm gonna give us props when we made a smart move.
Iran's main hub for missile.
As much as I don't want us to be here.
The IDF says the facility was also used for planning maritime attacks and warehousing anti-ship and submarine missiles. The Israelis also carried out attacks on 2 of Iran's largest steel plants. That should set the regime back significantly. And then to top it off, they hit their nuclear program, including.
I ain't gonna lie. That's probably why the Houthis got involved and started attacking military sites in, is southern Israel, and then we got Iran, who just sent some strikes into Israel as well, northern Israel. Oh yeah, and then we got Hezbollah that's sending strikes into northern Israel. So right now it's like 3-on-1 when it comes to Israel, which is kind of effed up, by the way. But hey, this is what Bibi's doing to the poor innocent Israelis.
A heavy water
that don't really got nothing to do with this war and really don't care about the ambition of greater Israel.
reactor site in the center of the country and a yellow cake plant. Our Gulf allies want more. They're telling the White House that ending the war prematurely would be a colossal mistake. They want Iran's missile capabilities completely eliminated and their ability to project power neutered.
Bruh.
2 key Iranian nuclear sites still remain untouched.
Possible, sure.
Stockpiles of uranium and fissile material remain deep underground in the mountains.
Yep.
And there are rumors that Iran's hiding its most advanced missile in its arsenal, a maneuverable 1,000-pound warhead with an optically guided terminal seeker. The Iranians still haven't used it in the war. Is it defective? Are they conserving it? We don't know. It's a mystery. Not fully disarming Iran would be considered reckless. That's according to the Secretary of State.
But this is the problem, though. We can't airstrike our way into victory. Like, bro, they're going underground and then shooting these, bro. They're coming from underground, shooting these rockets and going back underground. I am sorry, but that is really hard to beat, guys. I'm just going to keep it real with you. It is really hard to beat the guys who are going underground and then coming back out just to shoot a rocket, just to go right back underground. And all we're doing is airstrikes. So, yes, as much as we're taking out the up top, like weapons defense system, yeah, the underground ones are always going to be a problem. And I'm pretty sure the underground ones are the one that's holding the hypersonic missiles and the more lethal and the more, well, yeah, they're more lethal artillery. Yeah.
They've used the wealth of that country to sponsor terrorism, build rockets, build drones, build missiles, build sea mines. That's what they've done with it. When we are done with them here in the next couple of weeks, they will be weaker than they've been in recent history, and they will not be able to hide behind those weapons to break out and get a nuclear weapon, which would be crazy. They hit embassies, they target hotels, they try to kill civilians, they splash out at all their neighbors. Imagine if these radical lunatics had a nuclear weapon to threaten the world with.
Our terms for a deal are clear. No nuke, uranium, or terrorism, and serious limitations put on the missiles. The regime's not going down without a fight. An Iranian missile and drone just got through Saudi air defenses and hit the Prince Sultan Air Base. Several Americans are injured, and an air tanker was struck. We're still.
And this is why we don't like the double talk. When y'all say, "Don't worry, guys," like, bro, y'all been, I'm gonna be real with you. We've been saying we've destroyed 90% of their weapon systems probably since the first week of this war. 90% of the missiles, they're down to the last 10%, bro. Y'all been saying that for like 3 weeks, bro. When are we gonna get to at least 5%? Like, can y'all answer that for me, please? But man, shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. How you going, my man?
Good morning, Santa. The world has gone to shit.
Bro. I can see why you think that. But what you think so far?
Well, like I said, I mean, we got Rubio, the warmonger. We have the playbook from 2001. And it's basically the playbook that they've been running to continue the war machine for the past 100 years. You know, everybody's a threat. We have to worry about everybody's capabilities. We have to worry about everybody in the world and police the world. And it's kind of ridiculous. People have gotten over it. We've seen our dollar value down to absolute dog shit. We've seen the military-industrial complex continue on with just producing and selling weapons and killing humanity all across the planet. They justify it any which way they want. You know, I see this as still the Greater Israel Project because every country that is being struck or being destabilized is a part of that project. It's a continuation for Israel. Israel's a money laundering state, just like Ukraine with the war machine. You pay a country, their politicians then reiterate that money back into the United States politicians through the lobby and say, hey, thanks for the payment. And the politician goes, hey, thanks for the payment. We got a great system here. They just keep running that same fucking narrative. And I'm getting tired of it. I think a lot of the United States is getting tired of it as far as population. And, you know, the only way we're going to change this is to get rid of these people. I mean, and I'm not saying in any illegal fashion. I think people should have special elections. I think that we need to start having a coalition between people that are like-minded about freedom and liberty instead of, well, I don't like the way that you talk to me and I don't like the way that the language that you use. I'd rather be like, hey, my ears don't give a fuck about that language. because it's not in my mentality to give it any credibility. It's nothing. They're words. You know, George Carlin said they're fucking words. You know, they're only going to affect the person that's listening to them.
But
And we've made
but hold on
identity
now. Hold on, let me
politics an
stop you there,
issue.
big
And
dog. Let me stop you there real quick. Shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says karma being brought down on BB. I mean, bro, what does he expect? I mean, so you're telling me you're gonna strike Iran, you're gonna go ahead and keep striking Gaza, and then you're gonna strike southern Lebanon? Is like, so you just don't care. You just want conflict in the Middle East. And also, this man is literally the one blocking the off-ramp to get out of this conflict that nobody wants to be in but him. He's the only guy that really wants to be in this conflict long term. Oh, and guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys, and go ahead and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. All right, guys. All right, Lunatic, we're going to go ahead and get right back into the video.
Well, I wanted to say he's also the person that targets civilians. He's a part, and you know, military targets are not civilian targets, and we see the example every single day of what he actually does as far.
Facts.
But no one's heard from the gay cardboard Ayatollah. The people that we're negotiating with.
Bro, they running with that? Oh, come on now. That's some. All right. Let's not be childish here. Because I think Mati kind of got mad at me for not believing that story. I'm like, whoa. They said the Ayatollah, there are suggestions that the Ayatollah might be gay coming from the CIA. It's not verified. It's just suggestions. And what does that have to do with ending this fucking war? Like, he could be gay and still run a war. You ever heard of Alexander the Great? Like, bruh, does it matter?
Are still waiting for him to counter. Also, everyone's underground with no phones. So how do they communicate? No idea. But that's why peace talks could drag. Behind the scenes, Iranian hardliners have been telling their scientists to fast track a nuke. This is just according to reports. The Guard's consolidated power over the clerics. The country's been reduced to a rump state military dictatorship. The Guard operating like a cartel, skimming off the top of sanctioned oil trades, financing kickback schemes from proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthis. Retired four-star General Jack
I
Hughes
just mentioned that with Israel and the United States. What's the difference?
Anybody close to this knows who the Iranians are. None of us think that these negotiations will materialize. We're asking Iran to give up, to surrender everything that we're willing to take away from them, everything. And if they don't do that, no deal.
The United States still says progress is being made.
I mean, here's the thing. This is how you get off. You just got to stick to their nuclear capabilities. And they've always been trying to negotiate about that. If this is about Iran not getting a bomb, like I said, they already nipped that in the bud for us. But if you want to make this about their ballistic missiles and proxies, then yes, they're not going to give it up. Two, because I'll be real with you. I mean, their ballistic missiles, how to defend their borders in themselves. And it's a deterrence away from, deterrence that enemies, don't want to take. Or, I mean, a deterrent that enemies believe in. And, I mean, bro, let's just keep it real. Like, they are in defense right now. We attack them.
Well, anybody that knows about energy systems knows that nuclear energy is probably one of the most efficient ways to power a country. And it's probably one of the cleanest ways that you can do it for a very long time. I don't understand why everybody's so fear-mongered about, they're just going to use it as an arsenal tactic. No, they're actually trying to energize their country. And let's not forget about the operations that happened that killed how many nuclear scientists in a row just a few years ago.
Bro, them and their families, which is crazy. I was like, yo, like the whole block had to go. Yep, just for that one scientist, his family too. Yep, whole thing had to go. I was like, yeah, Israel, y'all insane. And then they think that we could blow up the knowledge out of Iran. Like, we just bomb enough scientists. Yeah, they'll just forget how to make a nuke. And I'm just like, bro, what type of plan is that?
Well, that goes into the mentality that Netanyahu has actually told us about. It's not just the parents, because you have the next generation. And that's the justification what happened in Gaza. So, I mean, these are prime examples that they told us in plain sight and plain audio, through their own words. This is exactly what they do. So, I mean, how many more examples does the American populace need?
True. And I remember my last point too. The reason why they won't give up these proxies, Iran, is because, well, they actually believe in the cause of Hamas the cause of the Houthis and the cause of Hezbollah. And I always did say, if you want to stop terrorism, you got to understand what's the cause of these terrorists, like what's created them and what's keeping them, and like what's keeping it going. Like, why are people being recruited still into Hamas? Why are people being recruited into Hezbollah? Why do they feel the need to go to them? Well, if you figured out the cause instead of just trying to bomb them out of existence, then we'd pretty much solve terrorism. But trying to bomb terrorism out of existence only creates more terrorists.
Well, the only difference between the definition of a patriot and the definition of a terrorist is who writes the history, who wins.
True. All right, let's get back to it.
Surrender everything that we're willing to take away from them, everything. And if they don't do that, no deal.
The United States still says progress is being made. Vance could be taking the lead on negotiations, but a senior administration official tells Axios, quote, if the Iranians can't strike a deal with Vance, they don't get a deal. He's the best they're going to get. They're not negotiating with Kerry and Obama.
Barack Hussein Obama, did you ever hear of him? Barack Hussein Obama, he had the Iran nuclear deal. He went to Iran, paid him. Remember, he sent two Boeing 757 jetliners. They took the seats out and they piled it with cash.
I'm done.
Like 1.7 billion of cash. They sent the cash to Iran, but more important.
Yeah, I mean, because we had to lift the sanctions in order to get Iran in that deal to where it'll let us monitor their nuclear capabilities. That's what the whole JCPOA was about. So it kind of kills me when they said, oh, Obama gave them money. No, not really. Not really. He pretty much returned the money that we pretty much seized because of the sanctions. And when we lifted those sanctions, pretty much we had to return the money back to Iran. And it was, yes, about over $1 billion. And that was the only way to get Iran to agree to the JCPOA and us to monitor their nukes that they agreed to, that they was abiding by. Until one fateful day, Donald Trump just walked into the office on 2018 and ripped it up. And there's been an escalation ever since that we've never really got control of. But hey, blame Obama though, right?
Also, what happened years ago is there was U.S. technology that was actually hacked by Iran, and oh wow, they built some of the best drones that the world has seen now. It's just kind of funny how the interventions turn into escalation, that turns into more interventions, which turns into more escalations, and then eventually there's regime change, which turns into more escalations because there always has to be a boogeyman.
All right, back to
They signed an agreement, the Iran nuclear deal. If I didn't terminate it, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
The Iranians say they're ready for a long war, but they have to say that because the mullahs, oops, they're firing missiles at themselves. And their friends are useless.
Let me put it to you this way. There is nothing Russia is doing for Iran that is in any way impeding or affecting our operation or the effectiveness of it.
The Chinese probably aren't happy with Iran either. Tehran just turned 2 Chinese ships away from the Strait, and Beijing might not have its way with the Strait for long.
They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Such a terrible mistake. The fake news will say he accidentally said, no, there's no accidents with me.
It's not a matter of if the Strait gets open, it's a matter of when. And the rest of the world needs it more than we do. Rubio's telling our allies, step it up.
They want to set up a tolling system in the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is this illegal, it's unacceptable, it's dangerous to the world. And it's important that the world have a plan to confront it. The United States is prepared to be a part of that plan. We don't have to lead that plan, but we're happy to be a part of it. But these countries have a lot at stake. Not just the G7 countries, but countries in Asia and all over the world have a lot at stake and should contribute greatly to that effort to ensure that neither the Straits of Hormuz or, frankly, any international waterways should ever be something that's controlled or tolled by a nation state.
We want the Strait open, and the allies are getting...
But isn't that how world trade works?
Yeah, low key. Like, don't we have like water territory and all that good stuff?
Isn't that why we developed, or actually the British developed the Navy that they developed back in? I don't understand where they come up with these positions that make absolutely zero historical sense just because they're trying to sell a narrative. And this goes back to me saying in the super chat that this guy is a neocon warmonger that's just going to justify business as usual because it lines his pockets. It guarantees his seat at the table of government. And as long as he plays to his keepers, he's going to be sitting high on the hog, let's just say.
End of the war, and he remains confident our objectives are being met.
Tonight, we're closer than ever to the rise of the Middle East that is finally free at last from Iranian terror, aggression, and nuclear blackmail. That's what's happened. It was nuclear blackmail for years and years.
Be sure to like and
Years
subscribe
and years,
for all
even though they set a religious law in 2014, basically over 20 years ago, that said they'd never make a bomb because, well, it's a sin against God. You know what? I kind of feel them on that one. I'll give it to the Iranians on that one. They were right. It is kind of a sin against God to have something, a weapon of mass destruction that's not only endangered human life, but like, by the ecosystem as well, like nature as well. So it is a bit inhumane, but hey, it is what it is, guys. All right, let's get into it. Iran says mixed signals as U.S. push diplomacy with military pressure. All right.
He's live for us from the Iranian capital. And Ali, the Iranian foreign minister, says Iran has no intention of holding talks. How about responding formally through Pakistan to that U.S. proposal?
Well, it's clear that despite the rhetoric, there is also an attempt by the Iranian diplomacy to express readiness for dialogue. I mean, yes, it might be that the Iranians have reservations on the 15 points that the Americans offered, but at the same time, the Iranians are offering their own points on the table. So there is already a table, regardless whether there is direct, indirect, or just messages being conveyed through friendly countries, just as Arakchi said. Another issue is that despite what the sources were telling us during the day, I heard Arakchi speaking in this interview, and I had the impression that he said that still the paper is being studied by the higher authorities. So this contradicts what the state TV was saying and what other sources in the country were telling journalists, including us. So we are here in front of conflicting, let me say, because I need to choose the words.
All right, hold on here. Let me go ahead and get to the next video here. But like I said, as you see, there is conflicting, positions here. But I believe that was actually cleared up. Like I said, Pakistan's mediating these talks. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Hopefully Pakistan don't end up offering these guys nuclear protection like they did with Saudi Arabia, or they buy a nuke from Pakistan. I mean, God forbid that happens. Well, because I mean, real with you, be in their best interest too.
But we begin back in Iran, where the United States and
If
Israel
I was Iran, I
continues
would
to strike hundreds of targets every single day. Joining us now with more, Jonathan Hunt is live from Israel with the latest. Good evening, Jonathan.
Good evening to you, Lawrence. And there is concerning news first tonight out of Saudi Arabia, where an Iranian attack on the Prince Sultan base there has apparently damaged at least several U.S. refueling tankers and also injured around a dozen U.S. servicemen. We're awaiting more details from that, but that reporting from the Wall Street.
Yeah, Iran wounds U.S. troops and damage refueling aircrafts and attack on American bases in Saudi Arabia. And this was reported 7 hours ago.
Well, Iran, if you look at what they're doing, they're being very strategic at what targets they are hitting, right? I don't think that we're dealing with a regime or a government that hasn't planned about this for years. They knew exactly what their counterattack was going to be, and they are implementing it. I think they see holes in the propaganda as far as what are the real defenses versus what are the proposed defenses as far as these targets. So, and it goes into the preparedness of, are we really prepared to get into this for the long haul? Because if they're dug in, they're dug in. It's their country. You know,
Yeah.
are we gonna be dumb and think that Afghanistan wasn't an ass
But here's the
whooping for
thing,
20
though.
years?
But this is where they're going to hit you with. Well, we did it to Japan, and you know what? I actually found out something about that. It actually wasn't the bombing of Hiroshima and all that good stuff. It was actually the fact that the Soviets were getting close in, and they were pretty much about to ground assault Japan, and that's what made the Japanese give up. So it goes to show that I guess you can't force regime change without boots on the ground, or apparently
Yeah.
they'll just double down.
Well, I mean, if you have enough supporters, right, like what happened in Libya, to take down Gaddafi. But yet again, these are countries that are trying to self-prosper. We now find out what Gaddafi was actually doing, as far as trying to build a uniform African currency based on gold. And I mean, what we see in Burkina Faso right now with the diamond and gold mines there. I mean, people are really starting to say, hey, these treaties from 120 years ago, that's not what's prosperous for my people here on the ground. We're not giving up our resources anymore. Global trade can screw off unless we have control. And I think that's what's happening all around the world. And let's not forget, Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan. Afghanistan, we just left billions and billions of equipment, and they're gonna. We basically said, oh well, we gave the Taliban control again. Now you're gonna go fight Pakistan. We gave up a trade. We did a peace deal with India and Pakistan, so they wouldn't have a nuclear war because they're both nuclear powers. But now we're gonna accept that Pakistan's at war with Afghanistan. Ukraine's at war with Russia.
Longer
Israel's
fighting
at war with
non-nuclear
Iran now.
power, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's insane what's happening. But we have to also include that the Saudis are at war in Yemen. Now there's Lebanon, and this is stuff that's been happening for quite a long time. I mean, nobody talks about the genocide that was happening in Yemen. I mean, that's something that Dave Smith brought up 4 or 5 years ago, and it's still continuing to this day. So now that Yemen's involved, I mean, we are absolutely on the brink of a Middle Eastern conflict that includes China, Russia, Ukraine, all of the geographical landmass, and it's fucking insane.
Oh man! All right, let's get right back into it.
Journal of that coming, of course, as President Trump continues to say that the U.S. is winning in this conflict and winning easily. Here's the president.
Again, they have no anti-aircraft, so we're just floating over the top looking for whatever we want, and we're hitting it. And we have another 3,554 targets left, and that'll be done pretty quickly.
Emphasizing that point, the U.S. continues to hit military and regime targets in Tehran and throughout Iran. What the U.S. military has not been able to do so far, or perhaps has not been willing to do so far, is reopen the Strait of Hormuz, that commercially critical strait that remains all but closed to commercial shipping at the moment. That is causing economic problems, of course, with the markets down and the price of oil up. And the Iranian parliamentary speaker effectively trolled President Trump today on X, saying, quote, "They've spammed so much fake news trying to push energy prices down that the market's just numb now. Keep going. Nobody's buying it anymore." So Iranian officials, at least
let's stop right
publicly,
there.
still
Yeah, I did hear about that. I did hear how Trump is trying to manipulate the markets by his various tweets to make it seem like, oh, don't worry, we're about to reach a diplomatic, solution here, so oil prices will recover. And he's doing, how he's putting off all of these deadlines when the market closed and all that good stuff. It's like, okay, like we see what you're doing here. And that's what makes everybody a bit weary of, bro, are we actually getting a peace deal here, or are you just biding time?
Well, and they're making it about oil now, and I find that absolutely ridiculous because if we go back to timeline, okay, so why can't we restart the Keystone Pipeline project now that administration's been in there? Why can't we rebuild the Nord Stream pipeline? That was obviously a war crime that happened. I don't understand why we are not bringing up our own energy issues that we stopped. Biden stopped the Keystone Pipeline. Why? Well, then he started the war in Ukraine, or funded the war in Ukraine. This is just absolutely insanity. This is this is a manufactured crisis that supports the war machine, and yet again, it's another narrative that is out of a playbook from 40 years ago. It is Are we going to keep buying into this crap? I mean, are we really going to take this hook, line, and sinker?
Well, I mean, look, bro. Apparently, most of my MAGA brethren are, so I guess we are. Sadly, like I said, they took it right out of the 2001 playbook, bro. They didn't even switch the play up not one bit, and we're just gonna go for it again. That's what kills me. And I'm just like, don't y'all see this? Doesn't this look like oh so familiar? Like, doesn't it feel familiar at least? No,
Well,
this is new because it's Trump. Okay, like okay, guys.
Yeah, Bibi was testifying in front of our our government 20 years ago, telling us what we should do as far as Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, all these countries. This plan's in full effect. Nope, we're not. Nope, it doesn't matter. You lived 20 years of war. You guys you lost many friends, family to this. Nope, it's only been a few years. You guys are dumb. We're gonna sell it right back to you again. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's insane.
Yeah.
Talking tough, even as President Trump says privately they are negotiating. And of course, we tick towards President Trump's Monday, April 6th deadline for real progress to be made.
But all right, now let's go to what Israel is doing as well, because Israel targets Iran's energy plants and strike exchange. Hold the F on. This came out like 10 hours ago, but hold the F on now. Bro, they were supposed to cease all that because Trump told them not to. And this is why, it's so funny, because like every time, oh, Trump's going to put Israel in their place. Bro, Trump put Israel under a ceasefire and they broke it. Trump told Israel not to annex the West Bank and they're doing it. Trump told Israel not to strike energy plants, and guess what they're doing? So it's just like, bro, who can check these guys? Because obviously it ain't us. It ain't Trump for sure. But let's get into it.
Good evening, I'm Aisha Hasni, and this is your Fox News report. Golf superstar Tiger Woods has been arrested and charged with a DUI after another crash. This happened in Jupiter Island, Florida this afternoon. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Woods does have a long history of crashes, though. Back in 2021, he was in a rollover crash in California where he broke his leg. Police say he was speeding in that incident. And you'll remember Woods.
I'm glad he's okay, but I ain't gonna lie. It looked like bro was on crash out mode. So, hopefully he gets the help he needs, because I ain't gonna lie. Driving around drunk like that, like, bro, first off, you could have got a driver and got drunk as hell in the back seat and had a great time. Bro. You didn't have to go out there speed demon on the road.
He doesn't even have to pay a private driver. There is a thing called Uber, but he is Tiger Woods. But for a guy that's worth $500 million, you can't afford a private driver so that you don't have to worry about this issue anymore.
I mean, he's on crash out mode at this point. Like, let's be real. He tried to make a comeback. That didn't work out. He ain't feeling the same again. So he's like, F it. I'm taking my life out on the road. All I know is golf. I'm being a bit dramatic, but hey, you never know.
You never know. Tiger Woods might have been one of them child stars that, could have been on Epstein Island himself. And that's why he is a billionaire. I don't know.
I'm crying. And now all this Epstein stuff is bringing back flashbacks. All right. We're playing too much.
Is striking Iran's nuclear facilities, and Iran continues to punch back. President Trump says talks to end the war are ongoing, and he is now extending his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face strikes on its power plants. An airliner and a military helicopter nearly collided over Orange County, California. That United flight was about to land on Tuesday when a military Black Hawk crossed its path. The FAA is now investigating. It is eerily similar to the 2025 mid-air collision in D.C. that killed 67 people. I'm Aisha Hasni.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen and liking the video. And if you're watching horizontal, make sure to smash that like button. Appreciate the support.
Washington, have a great night.
But all right, though, let's get over to the next video here.
Wow, that was like a blip of information about a strike against an energy plant. It was so quick. I literally almost missed it. Like,
that's what I was saying. It's kind of funny how they like kind of mushed it together because they know Israel's not supposed to be doing this. Like, it's kind of the one time Fox News done snitched on Israel. Like, oh, here's Israel doing a strike that Donald Trump told him not to do. And they
Well, they're
only
doing.
gave the story like 30 seconds.
Well, I think Netanyahu said it after he came out to be alive after the rumor that he was killed in an airstrike. He said that they're going to be ruthless and they're going to affirm everything that is the greater Israel plan because they don't give a shit anymore. They figure they are in control of everything. I mean, you look at, the United States, Canada, and even Mexico, right? I mean, Mexican's president, how many? There was over 100 assassinations to get that woman elected. I mean, I do not put anything past these people. They give us it in plain real sight. They're telling us this is what we're doing. We're going to take over the fucking world.
Shooting Fox News helping. All right, let's get back to it. This is going to be an interesting video.
As the U.S. and Israel launch military strikes, President Trump declares the supreme leader of Iran is dead.
This terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon.
If the uranium hexafluoride comes in contact with oxygen, it forms poisonous gases.
This would not only be one of the riskiest special operations missions in American history, but very possibly the largest.
Is this the end game?
Last year in June, the U.S. conducted massive strikes against Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
The Esfahan nuclear complex is where Iran converted uranium from metal to gas. And the U.S. struck many of the above-ground facilities. In these images, we see the entrance to the underground facility, and actually just south of these images is the nuclear complex. You see the 2 little craters. The U.S. strategy was really to double tap these facilities. So we dropped, with incredible precision, multiple gravity bombs directly on top of each other. The idea is that the first gravity bomb penetrates the Earth, blows up, and then the second gravity bomb comes in and penetrates even deeper and blows up, creating a coupled shockwave. When uranium goes through enrichment, it is turned into a gas called uranium hexafluoride, and then it is spun through centrifuges in these facilities that the U.S. struck last June. And so when that gas comes out of these machines, it's put into big storage tanks that are used to transport the uranium as a gas. Iran has 440.9 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium that's stored at it's several.
Shout out to the baller alert. Shout out to my man Noah. He says, as a species, humans are failing. We all focus on the small differences between different groups of our own when we should all put our minds and abilities together. If we did that, then we could accomplish so much more. Yeah, that's true. It actually, I would say, instead of looking at each other's differences, see how we can all get along instead of making things about race, religion. Usually those are the 2 things. Instead of worrying about that all the time, I mean, bro, let's actually get down to working together. Because, hey, look, we could achieve peace in the Middle East, but it's not going to be like this. And it's not going to be focusing on differences of group, opinion, and government. Like, we can't do it like that. And the worst part about this world is, well, usually the superpower is in charge. And the worst thing about it is that we feel like our way of life, our way of our governing is the best. And it should be spread around the world. And if you're not willing to get down with our interests, we're willing to destabilize your world. And I think that's what's creating a lot of hate in the Middle East towards us. And nobody wants to admit that. They always leave it off on, the retaliation part. Like every single time. And that's what I never get about this. It's like, you guys know, if all we do is focus on every time they get back or they've actually aggressed towards us, then we're never going to actually get peace in the Middle East. And we might as well just stop talking about it. If that's all you guys are ever going to bring up is, well, what about this? What about 40 years ago this happened? 10 years ago that happened? Well, what about today when we're trying to get peace in the Middle East? Or are you always going to be that person who says, well, what about this? Like, All right, then stop talking about how you want peace in the Middle East. Then if you want to play this tit for tat game or this get back game like we out here in the hood.
Well, I said it in the super chat a few episodes ago. I said it in the time of reason. Why are humans so unreasonable? And I base my platform off of combating the ideology of labels, titles, and categories of human superiority, because it does separate human beings. Because yeah, we can cooperate with each other in society and have dislikes or disagreements of lifestyle or whatever. But as long as you're not harming anybody or committing violence or stealing people's property, okay, well, that seems to be a pretty good deal. That's what the United States premise was built on its base is if you work and cooperate, shit can be good. But if you don't work and cooperate and you're just trying to take shit and not put the work in, yeah, shit gets bad. And that's where we're at. We have a lot of individuals in our own country that don't have any skill sets. They just know that this paper money gives them goods and services, so they're willing to do everything and anything to get it. I'm 18 years old. I'm a female. I look kind of good. Shit, maybe I don't even look good to my own self, but if I get naked and I show a little bit of my body, I can get 200 people at $5.99 a month. Well, that's a pretty good living of just doing absolutely nothing but taking my clothes off and sitting in front of a camera. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah, I
shit
know
is
exactly.
wild.
Nah, trust me. When we allow, I know it. I mean, I got a lot of heat for saying this, but I said, I mean, we kind of failed women by allowing them to do OnlyFans. Like, come on now. What woman's gonna want to be an intellectual anymore now that they just go straight to OnlyFans as soon as they're 18 years old? And we have all the thirsty guys in the world who's willing to pay that $3.99 to shoot sometimes $20 a month to see them. And then these guys are sick, man. These women are making $1 million first day. Sick. That mean you sick bastards was waiting on her.
Well, I heard that the CEO of OnlyFans is no longer with us. I heard that
I don't like to
has.
wish death on people, but God rest his soul. But once again,
Well, it is conspiracy hour, Set. I mean, do a quick Google search and look up how many CEOs have passed away in the past 3 years of billion-dollar companies.
Damn, kind of scared.
Look it up. There's like 40 of them, and they're all in their like anywhere between their 40s to their early 60s.
All right, here, hold on. Let me start the video though real quick.
Different facility. Right. At least half of that material is stored at an underground facility north of the S.E.T nuclear complex. The remaining 220 or so kilograms of uranium could be stored at the other sites that the U.S. struck, or hidden more clandestinely at unknown locations.
The most basic.
No, you're right. I'm looking at it right now, but it said 31 members of the Forbes 2024 World's Billions list died in the past year alone. Like what? And then there were 26 billionaires who passed away in 2022 over the last decade. I'm like, huh? Okay. Well, man, I guess money doesn't always mean a longer life.
Well, the conspiracy behind that, though, is that we have this war now in Iran. There's something coming, but all the billionaires were building how many bunkers? And then we had what happened with the fires in Hawaii. We had the fires in California. All the millionaires lost their mansions. And yeah, I mean, the conspiracy runs super deep, but yeah, they're already in the underground cities and they're chilling. They died themselves off while their companies are still making billions and billions of dollars on the open market.
Well, goddamn. All right. Well, let's go ahead and try to close out the media analysis, and then we're going to get into independent media and what they're saying on this stuff.
Most important one, which is look how deep inside Iran these key nuclear sites are. They are in the interior of the country. They're about 1,000 miles from the Arabian Sea. That's a pretty significant movement if you're launching some sort of operation from aboard ships. They're somewhat closer, more like 300 miles to Kuwait and eastern Iraq. One way or the other, though, those are long distances. The last time an extremely large-scale special operations raid was launched in Iran, which was, of course, Operation Eagle Claw, the effort to free the hostages back in 1980, which ended in catastrophe.
To my deep regret, 8 of the crewmen of the two aircraft which collided were killed.
I think the United States has sort of three options to choose from when it comes to eliminating or dealing with Iran's uranium stockpile. We could try to bomb and collapse all of the tunnel entrances and underground facilities. That option would be very challenging because these are very secure, deeply buried, hardened targets. We go on the ground, break open the tunnel facilities, and send in people to strap explosives to all of the uranium and blow up the underground facility from inside. If the uranium hexafluoride comes in contact with oxygen, it forms poisonous gases. The chemical and radiological contamination at the site would stay limited to the underground facility. It likely wouldn't form a cloud that would flow hundreds of miles away. The facility itself would be contaminated and very difficult to enter. Anyone entering would need chemical protective suits. The United States sends troops in and tries to grab the uranium and transport it out of these facilities, and then under international inspection, verify that the United States and Israel or whoever was involved in the operation have seized all of Iran's uranium. This option would give us the greatest confidence that we have dealt with Iran's nuclear stockpile, and the international community would be able to witness that the material has been seized.
These sorts of units always prefer speed for the obvious reason that when you're moving quickly, the enemy has less time to organize itself, less time to respond. So there's less danger to you. I personally struggle to see individual commandos sort of carrying these things out. I think they're quite heavy. I can't tell you how many hours or even days that might take, but I can certainly tell you it won't happen in a few minutes. It won't look like the Maduro raid, quickly in and out.
200 Americans executed the raid. Fighter jets and bombers took out Venezuelan air defenses, paving the way for Delta Force commandos to close in on the compound.
And I'm actually glad they're saying this out loud because, yes, the video's called Inside the Near Impossible Challenge of Seizing Iran's Nuclear Stockpile. Like I said, we can't do this from the air. If it's about their nuclear capabilities and having an eye or putting a cap on it, there has to be boots on the ground. Sadly, that's the only way we can do it, unless we do it diplomatically, bring them to the table, get a good deal, and then have the inspectors do it. But if not, then boots on the ground is going to be the only way. And I know we don't want that. So, what are we doing here?
Well, that's another narrative that also is lost too with Trump, in my opinion, as far as he's the man of the deal, right? And he can't make a deal in Ukraine. You can't make a deal in Iran. You can't. Where are you making deals at, bro?
Man, I feel bad for him when it comes to Ukraine because sadly, when it comes to Ukraine, all he had was the position that Zelensky put himself in. So if Zelensky was in a good position, then Trump could get a deal with Ukraine. But since Zelensky was in a bad position and being delusional about it, I can see why Trump just said, "F it, bro. You're not even willing to admit that you lost this war, so I can't even deal with you."
Well, and that deals with the supposed deep state of the bureaucrats in our government that already had the coup in Kiev. And I don't know about you, but I'm 43, so I've seen the narration that came from the 80s and 90s, where we actually had press conferences where we had two governments signing these giant pieces of paper saying, "Hey, we got a deal. Hey, we got a deal. Look at all this peace and prosperity we're going to create." And then look at 20, 30 years later, it's all being unraveled. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a globalist. I don't care about global trade. I think that societies have sustained themselves over centuries with, there's conflict over resources, but yet again, we're in the time of cooperation and reason. We don't need these conflicts because we have to have a centralized control system. We can cooperate. And my idea about Iran is that they are a huge portion of that landmass and they control a huge resource of uranium. So why not build nuclear facilities and feed it everywhere? Oh, well, then that would make Iran too powerful. Well, we have to have control
make Iran
before
rich,
that happens.
and that means we can't make the Ayatollah go nowhere. It's like I said, we don't want to make a regime we don't like wealthy, even though it make us wealthy as well. It's like we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot just over the Ayatollah?
Well, and it was I think the Saudi Arabia, the Saudi kingdom was something that we thought we could reproduce everywhere. And that's not that is not the actual conditions in which they want to operate as far as the independence around the world.
Here's the
Everybody
thing,
wants
though, bro.
control of
Like the
their own
problem is, though,
resources.
we offered the Saudis a good deal. Like we didn't even give our bro. We threw Iran over. Like, bro, we threw their government away because of the fact that they were trying to ask for a better deal for their oil. Like we literally overthrew their government just for asking for a better deal. So it's kind of funny how we played a little bit nicer with the Saudis.
Well, yet again, it was a different time, and the cooperation was a little different at
Good
that
point.
time.
You're right.
So, yet again, if we had businessmen that went around the world and actually tried to do real fair trade instead of control trade, maybe we would have a little bit better situation. But because other countries went in and colonized and stole resources, and now people are saying, no, we would like those resources back in our control. Now it's starting to cause the global collapse because they don't have those centralized systems and they don't have a centralized bank in Iran. Iran has agreed if you let us become a nuclear energized country, we would allow you to come in and do your inspections. I'm sorry, but Israel has not agreed. And I don't know if you saw the story, but I don't know if it's true if Iran actually hit that nuclear facility that was supposedly not to have existed.
Oh,
And
the Mona, they hit the city that it's in. They didn't want to tell us. They hit the surrounding area and possibly because you know what way Israel, they're playing really tight about the footage they release or about what's been hit because they don't want Iran to be like, oh, it worked great, sending that same trajectory, them same coordinates, keep going. So they don't want to give Iran that advantage, so they're kind of keeping it all hush hush. And what they did do was walk out to the civilian spots that were hit and said, well, look at this. They are hitting civilian structures. And it's like, really, BB? Really?
yeah, the propaganda runs deep and it's from all sides. I think the only way that we can come to a real solution is diplomatically. I don't think that sending boots on the ground, that doesn't work. We've seen that at Afghanistan trying to get after their resources. And I think that I find it kind of funny how when you bring up global conflict, it doesn't hit media the way that it should. There is multiple conflicts going on everywhere in the Middle East. It's not just what we are mainstreamly being involved in. We had proxies and stuff like that that caused a lot of these issues, and that's what I brought up in my first super chat about our foreign policy has created a lot of the strife on the planet. And it's not just in the Middle East, it's in South America, it's all over the place. So it's kind of crazy that we still want to believe the mainstream narrative from neocons and warmongers like Marco Rubio, Mike Huckabee, these people that have been in fucking government forever and they have done nothing but enrich themselves at the cost of the American people. And I can get behind Make America Great Again, Make America Healthy Again, as far as a movement, but let's see if we can actually make it come to fruition and hold these people accountable.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, you cooked on that one, brother. You cooked on that. All right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. We're about to hop into the independent media analysis. Now that we're done with the mainstream media analysis, let's get into it with Megyn Kelly. Let's see what she's saying.
All right, Jesse, great to see you. So I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. An Israeli prime minister who interferes in our foreign policy to get us to join him in this war. And then when an American reporter asks him about it, says many Americans do believe Israel dragged the U.S. into the war and is now pulling the rest of the world along with it. How do you see this ending? It disappears. It magically disappears thanks to the Israeli government press office muting him. Your thoughts on it?
Well, sorry to filibuster, as I often do when you have me on, Megan, and thank you for having me back. But my thoughts on it are this. I think a lot of people are ignoring or not just acknowledging a very practical reality of both this war and so many wars throughout human history. And that practical reality is allies are often allies during a war because they share a common enemy. And oftentimes, all the time, allies do not share the same end goal in said war because they are allied up to a point, and then after that point,
and that's why you should never follow really an ally into war. I mean, our founding fathers done made that very clear, but for some reason we ain't want to listen to them. So let's just make it clear again. Yes, when you follow a country into war and you have, I believe, different goals. Yeah, that's where things can get a little bit messy when it comes out to the overall success of the conflict that both of these countries are engaging in, which is pretty much what's happening in Iran. Because we're kind of stepping on each other's toes when America and Israel right now.
Well, and wars used to be about land and resources. Ever since Vietnam, and we went to a kill count format, that is the only thing that matters. And, you know, if anybody knows the lesson of Hamburger Hill, you lose hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of soldiers for a week's worth of conflict, and then you give it the land right back to the enemy a week later. It just makes no sense. World War II was about land and taking back the area. It wasn't about, oh, well, it's about resources and underneath, but it was about taking back the land. To win a war, you take back the land and you take control and you maintain control. None of these wars are about control. We just bomb people and say we're going to try and negotiate after we're forcing them by the facing of a gun that you will comply with our agendas and our our focus points. It's crazy.
All right, let's get back to it.
They see different endings in it. You could go through any war, I mean, ancient times, any war throughout history where you have these allegiances, and that's what happens here. The United States of America hates Iran. Iran hates America. Israel hates Iran. Iran hates Israel. We are allied with Israel in the fact that we do not like Iran. We wanted the mullahs out, all these other things. We are allied in them up to that point. The Trump administration has to consider this. 66% of Americans believe he is not focused enough domestically. The Trump administration.
Swear to God, bro, I called that out like in the beginning. Well, last year when I said, look, we're focusing too much on what's going on outside the United States and we need to focus on what's going on at home. What was it? Margie Taylor Greene said the same thing. He said she needs to park, like they need to park Air Force One wherever the hell they park it at, and he needs to sit in the White House and figure out domestic policies instead of worrying about what's going on in Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, like etc. He should have been focusing on affordability in the United States, and he wouldn't be in this predicament right now when it came to midterms. Because let me be real with you, he was already down on affordability before the war. Before the war, he was down on affordability. So imagine what numbers are looking like now. Exactly.
Well, and opening the Keystone Pipeline would have been a very big example of him just saying, nope, we're opening that back up. We're getting the jobs going and we're getting resources flowing right back in the United States. It's crazy.
It was, man, but that's too much common sense, bro.
Is the Trump administration because we won people who are not MAGA hardcores, the Maha people, young men who are disaffected by the economy. Donald Trump won the popular vote because of those people, not because I voted for him. I was always voting for him anyway. Donald Trump is currently 60 points underwater with the people who put him in the White House. Those are people angry about the economy, 60. If those numbers were the same, it would be President Kamala Harris. They don't think he's focused enough domestically. Therefore, no matter what, we're in this now. Donald Trump needs an off-ramp. He has to get out and come home. All right, we killed the Ayatollah. We blew up a bunch of Iranians. Sounds good. Screw those scumbags anyway. The political reality is he must stop this and come home. And he knows it. He's not some moron. He can read all the poll numbers. All these people do all day is read poll numbers. He has to end it and come home. On the flip side, Israel.
I don't know, man. If he's believing the sweet little like lullaby they're trying to, I'm be real. If they're believing this sweet little lullaby that they're trying to feed Trump, or my bad, if he believes it that he got 100 to 100%, 90% support for this war, then we're cooked. If he believes that, we're cooked. And I know Trump's enough of a narcissist to believe it, sadly. And it kills me because sometimes his narcissism works for our advantage because it makes him really pro-America. So anything that threatens America threatens his narcissism, and it works for us. But in this case, it don't.
Well, who put out the poll? CNN. CNN's fake news. It's just it's only fake news when it's against Trump. It's just hilarious.
I swear. It's hilarious. And then that Fox News interview was like, yeah, Fox, I hate your polls. How does CNN have better polls than you? I'm like, bro, okay.
use
Yeah.
this, and they're probably very correct about this, as their last and best shot at getting rid of Iran, which has plagued them permanently. They don't view this as an option to end it. They don't want to end it because they don't think they're ever going to get another shot. And they're probably right about that for a variety of reasons, which we can get into. They're probably never going to get another shot like this with American Big Brother dropping tomahawks on Iran every single day. So we are allied up to a point. But if you're my neighbor, Megan, you live right next door, and the neighbor across the street keeps letting his dog poop in our yard, and we join together and we say, what we're going to do is we're going to get our dogs to go poop in his yard. Yeah, we'll be allies. And then you say, well, yeah, then we'll burn his house down with his family in it. Wait, whoa, we were allies to a point. Now you're taking it too far. The different end goals is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like we're out here taking military targets. Israel just out there, it's like hitting whatever moves, like, bro. So it's like I said, it's like it's really bad that we're walking in this with Israel when Israel's like bloodthirsty and we're here just trying to knock out some goals here. We got a goal. Israel got a hit list. Like, that's the problem. Like, we got objectives. Israel, bro, they don't really care. They just want to do whatever to destabilize Iran.
Well, and no matter which way you slice it, we paid for it. We gave the money to Israel. We gave them the weapons. If we didn't give them the weapons, we gave them the money to buy the weapons from somewhere else. And now we're paying for it also with the supply that we're depleting out of our own military. Like, make fucking sense to me.
And guys, make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the video, guys, or smash the like button wherever you're watching. Or just make sure to follow me if you're watching on Twitch or Kick, because, you know, they don't got no like button. All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Well put. This is so I'm against this war, as the audience knows, but I'm against it for many reasons. Practically speaking, the political fallout from the war is front and center in terms of long-term problems for America, because we cannot have, as you call them, the communists return to power. And that's exactly what's about to happen. The polling for the president on the Iran war is horrific. It is horrific by any measure. He keeps looking at the limited polling that people who call themselves MAGA overwhelmingly approve of the war. That is no more than 30% of the population. It's no more than 30% of the population. So he may have 92% of those people, but it's no more than 30% of the population. We have 70+% outside who are not MAGA, who are very against this war. And they vote. That you cannot win an election with just the people describing themselves as MAGA, especially when Trump is not going to be on the ballot in 2028. He's not going to be on the ballot in the midterms. So the MAGA faithful, what motivates them? Donald Trump. He's not going to be on either of these ballots. So
and Dave Smith brought that up.
He doesn't.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. They treating this like a damn monarchy. Like, oh, well, Trump's gonna pass the crown down to J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. I'm sorry, but Trump might have cooked their chances of becoming president. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, J.D. Vance, especially if anybody's pissed at Trump right now, possibly pissed, it's most likely J.D. Vance. He's like, bro, no new wars. Like, bro, now the economy's not looking good. Prices, like, bro, gas is up $1. It's like, come on now. Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, yes, their political stock pretty much is just plummeted because of this whole war. I mean, and honestly, J.D. Vance, he's still salvageable. Marco Rubio, oh no, he's completely cooked because he got all the way behind it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and if you look at it too, MAGA has had an issue with J.D. Vance because of what happened with Charlie Kirk and the storylines that are going behind what happened to Charlie Kirk, Israel, Erica Kirk, and J.D. Vance, which implements this administration. Like, it's kind of crazy. And then you the FBI and Kash Patel, and MAGA has not been good ever since this, or the administration hasn't been that great ever since they entered. Dan Bongino came in, left. Epstein files, it goes on and on and on.
Bro, then he has the nerve to attack anybody who grills him on it.
Well, and then you got, the Libertarian Party, Trump came, and, the independents, I'm sorry, but MAGA wants to say that, oh, well, the independents didn't really have much to do with that election. No, independents actually swung that election for Trump. I'm sorry. And now they want accountability because you said no new wars. one of the principles of libertarians is we don't want global conflict. We don't want war. So to have fuckers like Lindsey Graham running his fucking mouth, guys like Mike Huckabee getting in front of Tucker Carlson talking about everything. Oh yeah, it's okay. They can take the land. It's probably good for them to take the land.
They can
Like,
have
get
it
out
all.
of my face with this bullshit.
But all right, though, let's get through a quick little funny video, bro. So check this out, man. I'm go ahead and mute you, though, but let's get into this funny video because it's real. It's real.
Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
If you enjoy having a cell phone, thank Israel for that.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. Right. And I've worked every day to do that.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No.
It's one of the most important things I do, to watch, be the guardian of Israel.
Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever. God bless you. Stand with me, with Israel, with our ally.
There is no Palestinian state, no matter how many papers they put out.
Our prayer is that America will always stand with Israel.
I have said to people when they ask me if this capital crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid. I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel.
It is up to Israel, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys.
Israel is our greatest ally.
So to our allies in Israel and to the Jewish people around the world, my message to you is this: reinforcements are on the way.
And he loves Israel too.
True.
So, yeah. I mean, S.E.T, why you always bring Israel into this, bro? Because they say it themselves. It's like they're literally telling us right to our face, like, oh, bro, like, it's anti-Semitic. What? Are they anti-Semitic too since they want to bring Israel up? Oh, okay. You can only bring Israel up when you're glazing them? Like, this is crazy. Like I said, they say it to our face, then they wonder why we're out here going like, yeah, I'm going to be real with you. Look like Israel dragged us into this. Because all the main sponsors of the war are, well, be real with you, Israel's biggest supporters. Lindsey Graham, Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, Randy Fine, all of them support this war. Marco Rubio, of course. They didn't want to tell me I'm tripping. Man, it's probably why I'm shadow banned. I can't lie. Probably why. But it is what it is. Make sure y'all double tap the screen to help me beat the shadow ban, guys. Appreciate the support.
Necessarily have the coattails for other people who say they're like in his mold to get them over the line. You need Republican Party support and independence to win elections. And that is still a golden rule. So listen to Harry Enton describing President Trump and the approval on the Iran war, SOT4.
When there was this slew of initial polls that came out, the Fox News poll was the one initial poll that did not show that the war was unpopular. That has changed. Trump has lost his one good poll when it comes to the Iran war, because just take a look here. Net approval rating of U.S. military action in Iran. In early March, it broke even, right? 0 points. What that essentially means is 50% approved, 50% disapprove. But down it goes. Look at this now. The net approval rating for the U.S. military action in Iran, negative 16 points, just 42% of the American.
Yes, as time goes on, more MAGA will be moving on. Or really just more independents will be moving on, honestly. Because sounds like MAGA, I mean, they're crashing out with Trump on this one. But it is what it is, though. I mean, look, I have no problem supporting the president, but I can't support the president with everything. And this is something that I'm going to put my foot down on because I just don't see how this benefits us. It's like, y'all can call Iran the imminent threat all day, but I mean, apparently y'all forgot what an imminent threat is.
Well, then that separates the cult from actual people that want to critically think and are more moderate than being, one side or the other. That's where the monopoly of Democrats and Republicans have had over our government and not allowed independents in to create more diversity of thought.
Like, here's the thing, though. All I can say is that when somebody comes in and promise no new wars, no conflicts in the Middle East, and then he does exactly that, and then instead of holding him accountable, everybody just want to try to create an excuse to defend it. is crazy to me. It's just like, wait, what? Like, did we forget what we stood on? Do we forget what we stand for? So instead of actually standing for something, y'all just stand for Trump. Like, this is why they call it a cult, because you guys are acting like a cult right now. Because we know we should be condemning this in unison. There should not be no arguments on this. But we don't. Instead, we want to use wartime propaganda to sit there and substantiate it. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, but sitting there and saying Iran was a threat for 47 years is saying that, well, this regime has been a threat for 47 years. Yeah, but not an imminent threat. And let's be real. If you leave them alone, they kind of don't fuck with us back. And then y'all want to say, well, oh, what about this situation and that situation? Well, if you look into it, it's usually because we was aggressing towards them. And every time we've actually got Iran under our watchful eye, we've done some pretty dumb stuff to get them right up out of it, like with the JCPOA. So like I said, it's like we've pushed for war with Iran for a while now. We've had people come in front of our Congress for years asking for war with Iran, and it happens. And y'all tell me y'all don't see nothing wrong with this at all.
You got to remember, Trump was applauded not going to because they were pushing for it in his first administration to go to war with Iran or Iran, and he didn't do it, and he got applauded for not doing it. And that's actually what brought independents in to bring more support towards Trump and his movement, because there's no more wars.
You don't believe it? That's what Joe Kent was talking about. Like, everybody want to call out Joe Kent, like, oh, he had a different opinion on the Sean Ryan show. But no, he didn't. He stated that, look, he pretty much said that I don't want Trump to get into no war with Iran, but I do like how aggressive he's being, and he's able to, and through his aggression, he's able to get Iran to the table. And that was the case for a minute. Like, every time we stepped up, Iran backed down, asking for negotiations until today, until he finally took that step. And Trump always had a way of aggressing on Iran, but not going that far.
Right. And it's disgraceful for the people that are just trying to discredit Joe Kent, probably one of the most badass people you and it's funny because those are keyboard warriors. That dude, you're not going to walk up to that dude and talk crazy to that dude. That dude is very, very disciplined.
For like getting at Joe Kent, I was like, look, boy, anybody that's calling Joe Kent a coward is a coward in themselves. Like, let's be real. Like, bro, really fought for our country, actually fought these terrorists that y'all want to bomb so bad out of existence. And even he's telling us that this guy fought the same guys you guys are fear mongering on, and he's telling us they're not an imminent threat and that we're doing Israel. Head of counterterrorism, ex-CIA, bro. I mean, who's more qualified than that? And if you tell me Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham, I may just have to smack you.
No, it's funny because the him being in intelligence briefings on ops during being a Delta operator, these are the very prime operators of our country. These aren't Boy Scouts. These are the elite of any warfighting machine. And it's crazy that you want to say they're a fucking coward. That's crazy.
Bro, and here's the worst part about it. They think that he was left out of briefings is a good argument. I'm sorry, but like, do you think people are stupid? Left out of the briefings mean that you wasn't bringing in the head of counterterrorism to give his 2 cents on a very key issue. You kind of snitched on yourselves, basically, when y'all said that. Well, he was left out of briefings. Yeah, well, guess what? He don't get his information on those briefings. He gets them from the CIA and other intelligence network because he's the head of counterterrorism. He brings that information he gets into those briefings, and you left that guy out? And you think you're going off an informed decision right now? Oh, hell no. That's what kills me about this. It's like, bro, like, we literally just found out that the head of counterterrorism was left out of the briefings, and that's not a problem to nobody. All right, well, where are we at here now? Well, where are we at with this at this point? Because there's no way that y'all just let that slip past you.
Yeah, trust the system until you can't trust the system, right? Oh, well, and that's the funny thing about this as politics is they'll tell you that everything is broken when they're running for election and they're going to come in and fix it. But then they get elected, and then it's the same broken shit all over again.
And here's a crazy part. I love MAGA. I love the people in MAGA. That's why it kind of kills me with the way they acting, even towards me. It's kind of wild. It's just like, bro, y'all telling me I can't have a difference of opinion, especially when it comes to war. Like they're like, I ain't gonna lie, like the same way Trump is sold in on this, MAGA is sold in on this. So anything they hear bad about it, it's an immediate attack on you. Just for giving them the real about it. You're not over here cheerleading with them. Because I'm not going to cheerlead this war, but I will give honest reporting on both sides, though. I got you on that.
Well, and Joe Kent had a smear campaign put against him exactly when he resigned. And he said it on the Sean Ryan podcast. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna wait for me to resign to release that?" And it's funny that the FBI had to leak it. Is it true? You had to leak it to the media in order.
Hold on. You're gonna leak. You're gonna leak an investigation to the media exposing him for leaking while you're doing it yourself.
Exactly. It's just fucking wild, and we're still sucking it up. People are still sucking it up, hook, line, and sinker, and it's kind of sad that all the infighting creates a position to where now Democrats supposedly can now take the higher route at the midterms. But I would hope that people that are running like Osborne in Nebraska, who is polling very well against his Republican incumbent, and it's like, no, independents might be able to push their way in and maybe start creating some real talks about creating real change about American policy.
I mean, it would be the perfect time. I'm gonna be honest with you, it would be the perfect time right now, seeing that there's huge distrust amongst both parties. Because like I said, the Democrats don't got a plan but the F Trump initiative and bitch about Trump, but don't got no real plan of their own. And Republicans, well, their plans to crash out for Israel. So no matter what, because I'm sorry, but like common sense, if I was Trump, I'd just be like, no, I'm not getting into a war with Iran because it's going to ruin all the progress that we still need to carry into the midterms. And the progress that we made ain't even good enough for us to be going in and trying to get into a war with Iran. We ain't made a good enough progress. I would have to hit the Israelis with that. I mean, look, maybe when the Dow is, I don't know, 70,000, like unemployment's at like 2%, inflation's at 1%, maybe we could think about war with Iran then. But until then, bro, I would have told him to get the fuck out of my face. We can't afford it. And that's what it should have been told to them, because we honestly can't afford it. Shoot, how about this? When we balance the fucking budget, then we can think about a war. Why wasn't that said?
Yeah, I don't know, but Trump signed more defense budgeting also. So
exactly, 200 billion, 200 billion, bro. I was like, oh my god. While rural hospitals are closing in the area in America, which he's supposed to be adding more money towards, we're funding war.
Well, this goes into why I say centralized systems are failed, is because when you have a government funding everything that is under a socialist program, it no longer works. And then you have socialists trying to come in and say, well, we need to take control of the labor in the country. How about we stop taking government subsidies from a broke government? And then begging them for our freedom and liberty. Like it's a circle jerk that I'm tired of. Independents need to bring themselves forward. People need to wake up to this nonsense, because they're telling us this, like I said, the same story from 20 years ago, and everybody's sucking it up.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
Public approve of it, 58% disapprove. So now we're looking at basically every single poll in which the clear plurality or majority of Americans disapprove of the U.S. military action in Iran. Trump can no longer point to a poll that actually shows that among the general public at large, that the American public actually approve of this military action. But look at Trump's handling of it. It's even worse. Oh my. Okay, Trump's net approval rating of Iran. Look at this. Overall, 28 points underwater. Very, very unpopular Donald Trump's actions are when it comes to Iran. And look at those in the center of the electorate. Look at independents. Whoo! Negative 58 points. 58 points.
And bro, the independents, they're like most likely sprinting towards the left at this point. Sprinting towards these guys. And we're just going to keep this war going with Iran and this pretend like this is the best thing for America. I mean, this ain't even the best thing for American safety, but they're trying to sell it like that. Like I said, Iran wouldn't be a threat if we didn't attack them. I mean, like I said, you could paint anybody as an imminent threat once you attack them. And that just seems to be the benchmark for an imminent threat. Like, apparently, if you attack us back, once we attack you, you're an imminent threat. And if that's the logic we're going on, man, we're cooked. Like I said, we're always going to be in war at this point until things change, like, well, politically or in our Congress and Senate.
Well, the world has been perpetually at war since I can't know when. And tell me when one portion of the world was not in some kind of conflict, in which time period in which there was world peace. Because even if you go back to the geographical locations that are even more local, there's warring there, depending on which categorization you want to use, whether it's, turf fighting between gangs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We can break it down that far.
Yeah. And then here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Like the Middle East is already going through its own gang problems. That's all I always just say. If we just left the Middle East alone, it might turn into what we want it to be. But since we're out there, doing interventionism, I mean, like I said, we're creating, you know what? It was going back to when I was having that debate with Monty, and I'm going like, bro, do you know what create these terrorists? And he was, pretty much trying to give me the Fox News spiel about, they just hate us and all this good stuff, and they hate Israel. And I'm like, no, that's not it. And then if you don't understand that, then, bro, this is why we will always be tricked into war, because people don't understand the history of why these people chant death to America, why they send rockets into Israel. And once you understand that, you understand that we need to get the fuck out of the Middle East, and we need to let Israel do what the hell they want to do. Like, that's
one of the greatest speeches you could ever watch is Ron Paul's speech about going to Iraq and how perpetual war will happen. He told us this playbook 20 some years ago. It's a great speech. He gave it before Congress. It's something spectacular. And he's flat out told us, you're going to cause this to continue on. It's unsustainable. We're already broke. He was one of the main people going after the Federal Reserve. This is not new. This is how we try and save ourselves, because we've built up our economy on the military-industrial complex.
All right, though, let's get back into it, and then we got another one to pull up.
Underwater.
I mean,
all right. So
go ahead.
There's a couple ugly addendums I'll add to this, and I'm sorry. It is ugly. It is what it is. First of all, we have to understand. Anybody with two eyes and two ears can see just from what Harry just laid out for us. This never goes up. Those numbers don't change direction. Every single day now they get worse. There is nothing in the world that could happen that will reverse those numbers. So every day, but tomorrow we will wake up, they'll be worse than they are today. That's the trajectory of it. That's one thing that's really, really ugly. Another part of it that's really ugly, and this may be the ugliest part, as I have explained on my show over and over and over again, whatever you feel about this war, it has always been easy to start a war. If I decide I want to have an argument with my wife, she says hi, by the way, Megan, she loves you. If I decide I want to go home tonight after work and have an argument with my wife, I can most definitely do that. I've been married 19 years. That's quite easy. I can fire off an argument, but can I stop that argument and get all lovey-dovey with her whenever I want? No, that's not how that works. Because now we've got two parties. Now we're at war. She's offended. It's easy to go over there with our military, our incredible military and our might, and bomb the Iranians back to the stone.
I mean, it is kind of crazy. Like, we sit there, we try to bomb. Well, honestly, we do bad faith diplomacy. And then we sneak bomb you guys. We come behind Israel and sneak bomb you guys. We kill a whole bunch of little girls in the process. Then we sit down and be like, let's make a deal and let's be friends. Like, oh, and you're also going to do everything that we tell you to do. And we expected them just to go along with that.
Well, what I tell anybody that's pro-war is it doesn't matter until bombs are dropped on you or in your close proximity, or your front door is kicked in with people with level 4 plates, level 5 plates, and night vision, and then you know how real it is. And until you've been in that kind of situation, you've lived it. There's no way that you can justify it to me. And the American taxpayer should be livid.
Man, you're damn near telling the American people, like, hey, you want to go try to live like a Palestinian child? Like, oh.
Well, it's turning it. What is everybody complaining about? The quality of life, the cost of living. You can't afford food, can't afford housing. There's tent cities everywhere. You got people doing the fentanyl lean. I mean, what are we doing?
The fentanyl lean is crazy. But no, I get what you're talking about. No, you're right. And this is, like I said, it's not going in the right direction. This war is definitely effing us up. I remember when I had to show all the what was it? Trump's like, oh, the stocks are up. Actually, from last month, the stocks are down. Even the 6-month projection is down. So what are we doing? Like, well, we're not in a better place when it comes to the stock market. We're not in a better place when it comes to affordability. And then here's the thing: this is going to take time to recover from. And I'm not sure if the Republicans got that much time. So you can't sit here and try to fearmonger on with them. Like, well, you're just going to vote in the guys who want to trans your children. Don't tell that to me, bro. Talk to the independents. I mean, they're the ones that might do it. And I can't even blame them for doing it because it was a whole lot of broken promises. And I can't sit there and tell somebody to stick around when, like, we told you to come to this side and there's some broken promises. I can't get mad when they walk through that door. I can't. I'll be real with you. I'd be a real dishonest bastard if I did. Please stick around while we lie to you in your face and keep doing what you don't want us to do. Please just stick around and just take it and just take it. Like, no.
And people are unreasonable in a time of reason. And it drives me wild that you can't bring logic into these conversations. It always has to be sensationalism. It always has to be something that brings attention to that. It's like, we need that 30-second pulse, that dopamine hit to get people's brains to wake up, and because they fall asleep on logic, because it's like, I'm bored. It's like, really?
Right, man. Apparently it's that easy to get bored. But all right, now I did want to get into let's see here. You know what? Do I want to do Mehdi Hassan or Alex Jones on the Hodge Twins podcast? Well, no, let's do a little bit of Alex Jones, because Alex Jones, you know, he was a Trump apologist, bro. He was really hanging on, bro. I was hanging on with that. I can't even be mad. No, I was a Trump apologist too, though, at that time. So let me take accountability for that as well. I was hanging on for hope too. I was like, look, he could get out of this, guys. It's like, bro, it could be over within a week. It's a bad decision. But trust me, Trump got things under control. He just let the bad people in his ear. He can course correct. He can see things. And as every day, I'm getting proved more and more wrong. And I'm just like, all right, you know what? Now I just got to call it how I see it, as I usually do. But I'd always give that spin on, Trump could always course correct. He still has time. We're almost a month out. And I'm just like, I'm not seeing any course correction. I'm not seeing him really take any type of off ramp at all. So I don't even know what this. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a good time is coming when I can't see it myself yet. But when I can, though, I got you guys. I got you.
They don't need any introduction, and we're simulcasting with them. So I feel like I should just throw them the baton. I got a lot of clips, a lot of stuff I want to talk to them about. Hodge Twins on X, Hodge Twins on YouTube, Hodge Twins everywhere else. Very, very popular podcasters, talk show hosts. Known them for many, many years. And wow. As they know, I've never been the big Israel beat guy.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Appreciate the support, and wherever else you're watching, make sure to follow as well.
About globalism, the left, the communist Chinese, any country trying to control us. I'm all about our national sovereignty, but now every cliche, every trope, everything, about Israel running the U.S., running foreign policy is here. You have them saying Joe Kent is a leader of a secret neo-Nazi coup. You have Bongino calling him a disgusting, immoral coward. You have Dershowitz saying we're all Nazis and we all need to be based. And you've got the head of the ADL saying we need to blow up Americans with pagers and do the same tactics to shut them down in an 8-front war. We all wondered 6 months ago what Netanyahu meant by 8-front war against Americans. So Israel not only has control of our foreign policy, they now want control of our domestic policy to protect that policy. And I am sitting here watching this so we get the Democrats out of power. Trump does a bunch of good getting us out of the carbon taxes, securing the border, all these wonderful things, banning men and women's sports. And then about 6 months ago, gets rid of Elon Musk, stops Doge, slows down the anti-corruption, and then just starts turning into Lindsey Graham in front of me. And Lindsey Graham's like,
nah, bro, I ain't bro. Bro started turning into a real corporatist. Like, he started doing stuff that was good for the corporate agenda. And I was just like, hey, yo, what in God's name are you doing? Like, hold on. What do you mean 50-year loans to tackle affordability? Like, what are you talking about? Like, hold on. Like, what do you mean you was trying to get the loan companies to start attacking Americans' paychecks during an affordability crisis, bro? What the fuck was that? It's like, I'm be real with you. Like, Trump was supposed to be a guy who was fighting these corporations and making them bring their jobs back to damn near giving them what they want. And I'm just like, whoa. We're going in a different direction here. And I trust me, I'm the person who believed in Trump's tariffs because I believe in bringing manufacturing back to America through actually punishing these guys for taking business outside of America. That's a great idea. But what's not a great idea is allowing these guys to take advantage of H-1B visas and allowing the farmers to also still use undocumented immigrants to run the farms. I'm like, are we serious about this immigration agenda of stopping it or not? Like,
well,
yeah.
You bring up farmers, and I brought up subsidies. If we allowed farmers to actually set the price for their commodities instead of subsidizing them, maybe we'd be doing a pretty good job. And they're still overproducing. But yet again, it's because they can still borrow against their land these loans and these loans and these loans. And then because if you look into it, it's fucking wild how deep it goes. But we could do a whole show just on that.
All right.
Like I said, I could take you down so many rabbit holes of government policy that would rock your world and show you all the documents that back it up. Like if you really deep dive into policy, like I respect what you do with the pundits and everybody, and this is actually where I get my media. I don't really watch any of these people anymore because it's like I'm so tired of the narratives. It's ridiculous. Let's go look at the documents. Let's go look at what the policies actually say in writing, and then come back and talk to me about how it's implemented and all this shit that they talk about on the news.
Hold on here. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta read this real quick. But
hey, we got Marines going to the island. We're going to take the Strait of Hormuz. Our Marines took Iwo Jima. They can take this. Yeah, 90,000 of them, and tens of thousands died. You dumbass. Yeah, he was in the military, flying a chair around as a lawyer. So you look at that little Nelly candy ass. Yeah, he may be able to suck the chrome off a trailer hitch, but that's about it. Liberace up there. I mean, nothing against the fact that, he's a little light in the loafers. But the point is, if he wants to go fight the Iranians, he should do it. Where's the Trump that said if Hillary wants to go have war with Russia, she should go join the military and get a gun? They said that was a threat against her. No, it's the old saying. You want to fight this war so bad, you suit up, badass. I want Lindsey Graham to be volunteers for it. I'm not saying, airborne, doesn't have to qualify. He can just jump out of one of those C-130s and just come down there. So high winds, we'll just go back and forth. But it's great to have you here. Thanks for simulcasting with me. What an insane time to be alive, gentlemen.
Yeah, and who saw this coming? I mean, when Trump said he was going to usher in the golden age, boy, he was fucking kidding or lying. I don't know what he was talking about. And not to mention, when we first started his administration, they said they was going to cut into the national deficit and all of this. And they spent over $1 trillion in the last 5 months. And now they're asking for another $200 billion to fund this illegal war in Iran.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I'm just like, hold on now. We're supposed to be cutting military spend. Really, I mean, we're supposed to be cutting spending all around, not just in Medicaid and Medicare, which is our two basic expenditures. So I get that. I get that argument. But if we were going to do that just to fund war, trust me, I'd have been like, oh, no, F that. Just let them have their Medicaid and Medicare fraud if we're just going to spend it on war. I'm going to be real with you. Like, if you'd have told me, look, say either Medicaid fraud or going to war, I'd have been like, look, bro, just let them have their Medicaid fraud. Let them have their fraudulent daycares, okay? Like, it's better than going to war. I'm sorry, if you gave me an ARB. It's like, bro, like, I'm sorry, but let's be real. We could have took that $200 billion and shut the Democrats up about rural hospitals, but we want to give it to war. Like, I can't get behind it. This is why I kind of agree with the Dems when they said, yo, we should have cut the war budget then if Trump is talking about no new wars. You want no new wars, but you're adding to the war budget? Like, what are we doing here? And he said, well, we got to build a strong military. Okay, but we're not supposed to be going into war. I mean, we could build better infrastructure. We could build a strong infrastructure. What about that? Trade a strong
yeah.
military for a strong infrastructure. Like, is that?
And
is
you
that
got to
cool?
remember, Alex Jones is the dude that's always like, well, you got to look at the documents. You know, you got to look at what Trump's trying to do here. You know, you got to look at the documents. And respect to the Hodge twins, you know, a couple of former Marines, you know, and they lived it. You know what I'm saying? They were peacetime Marines or whatever. But yet again, they volunteered and they swore an oath to the Constitution. And a lot of vets feel this way. Like, no, this is nonsense.
Exactly. But all right, let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Hodge.
Yeah, I don't think like MAGA was supposed to be America first. Yeah. We're not getting America first. Yeah. We're getting Israel first. Yeah. This country is occupied. Yeah. Let's make Israel great again because, I mean, it's almost like, I mean, he didn't do a 180. He did a 360. It's like I don't even recognize the man. He transitioned. Yeah, he did. So when they had a conversation about Joe Kent the other day, talking about, you know, he changed. And then he started, you know, deflecting, talking about the man's wife, talking about how he lost an election. He's missing a lot of context. The elections that he lost, it was in a deep blue state that he almost won. He never wanted to bring up the fact that he's a war veteran. He's went to several wars and then tried to make the suggestion that he married a little too early after his wife was killed by ISIS. Yeah, and Trump has been married how many times? Yeah. I mean, why is he deflecting like this? Because he wants to discredit this guy. Yeah. And when you look at the facts of everything, this guy is a patriot. Yeah.
And that's a problem when it comes to the disrespect to Joe Kent. Y'all going too fucking far with it. To disrespect the death of his wife, to call him a coward and disrespect his service. I mean, the disrespect, I mean, his skill set and all that by saying, oh, he wasn't in on the briefings when that doesn't have anything to do with the intelligence he had. So I'm just like, bro, y'all trying too hard to discredit this man. Like, honestly.
Yeah. He's America first. He's the upper echelon of what I would say an American is. And then not to mention the first day of this war, they bombed an Iranian elementary schoolgirls, elementary school, the first day of this war. And they lied about that. So why would they continue to lie about that? And then when finally they have to tell the truth, they tell the truth. I seen Trump and Hicks was standing behind him. I think he was getting off of Air Force One. Air Force One. And he was asking him about what happened. And he tried to put it on Iran. Yeah. And I could tell the body language of Pete Hegseth. He knew it was a lie. Yeah. And it looked like he went to cut Trump off before Trump puts his fucking foot in his mouth again. Yeah. Because he tends to put his foot in his mouth. Yeah. He goes off script a lot. Yeah. I mean, I think the left is calling him out. Bernie Sanders said the other day he's a pathological liar. I hate to admit it, but I think Bernie Sanders is right. Yeah. You know, I'm so during this whole operation and that they denied that it was a war. Now everybody should be obviously everybody that there's a war, but it's like from the very moment this whole operation began, it's like everybody starts attacking people in the right that was with Trump from the very beginning. I mean, a lot of people abandoned Trump and jumped on the DeSantis train. I mean, we was a couple of those guys. Then we came back to Trump. I mean, we've been Trump the entire time.
Well, let's be clear. We're now told that Mark Levin is the litmus test. He goes, this is what you must be. Mark Levin was an ever-Trumper. So is Ben Shapiro. So is Lindsey Graham. And then we're told we're not the original MAGA. Well, let's get this straight. I'm 1776. And I come from the old school even before that. So let's be clear. Trump didn't create me. In fact, all I got was persecution, censorship, and attacks supporting Trump. We built the launch pad for Trump. And so I've always said I'm not MAGA. I'm all for making America great again, but I precede that. I'm 1776. I'm America free and strong and anti-globalist. That's, America great. How about America free? That is what, so don't, like I'm in high school. Oh, you can't sit at the pool table
with Alex
if you don't agree with Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro with almost no listeners. They're complete jokes. And then they sit there and so my issue is this. I'm sure you've seen it, but I have seen dozens of Mark Levin and Shapiro and Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer. If I get that Dershowitz clip, I'm going to play it. I'm sure you've seen it, but for people that missed it, saying literally that Joe Kent, who I knew his politics, kind of a libertarian, conservative, 11 tours, wife, aid worker, interpreter, CIA probably, over there, he was blown up. I mean, killed. Okay. And then he's not allowed to say, I'm against this war that killed my wife.
Literally.
And it's like, and then Bongino's calling him despicable, a coward, all of this crap. I mean, this is just insane. So here's a clip of what Dershowitz had to say.
Okay. We're seeing an attempted coup within the Republican Party by neo-Nazi fascists.
Attempted, bro. The coup already happened. It was taken over by the Israel First crowd. Make Israel great again. MAGA. I mean, bro, y'all got us. Y'all the one who committed the coup, and now you. What? Hold on, bro. This is wild. This is wild, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's like, bro's like the abusive boyfriend that hits the girlfriend, and then the boyfriend turns around like, well, why are you abusing me? By making me hit you.
That shit's, well, and it's funny. And I'm sure Alex will probably, I haven't seen this. I'm sure Alex will probably get here. This is the narrative. This is the first thing they do is they label, title, and categorize you first and say, well, you're obviously a fascist, you're obviously a neo-Nazi, and you're trying to take over the Republican Party by not agreeing with, the narrative of what it's obviously what people are programmed to do as far as putting out their narrative in the media. This is exactly the playbook that they use. Watch all the clips. They use this exact same narrative, and it's meant psychologically. It's actually a tactic that they use psychologically to influence you just by pecking at words. And as soon as they program them into you, you have a sudden influence of a thought process that directs you a certain way. This is what they do on everything.
Well, I'm just gonna say, like, bro, like, look, Dershowitz, like, no. You guys committed the coup on us. We didn't commit the coup on you. MAGA been anti-war. Somehow you guys worked your way in. You committed your coup, and now MAGA's pro-war. And you pretty much kicked the guys like me out. It is what it is. Y'all got it. You got it, bro. But don't sit here and gaslight us.
Led by Kemp, who is a clear neo-Nazi fascist, and then also by Tucker Carlson, by Fuentes, by Owens. We're seeing an attempt by these neo-Nazis to take over the Republican Party. Fortunately, good Republicans, headed by President Trump, are stopping it. And President Trump said, these people are not MAGA. These people are not my people. But they're trying to take over the Republican Party. And Pence blames Jews for everything. He blamed the Jews for the Iraq War. Israel was against the Iraq War. I know because I spoke to Prime Minister Sharon.
Hold on. So we're just going to pretend like, Bibi Netanyahu, one of your ex-presidents and also ex-finance ministers didn't pull up to our Congress talking about if we take out Saddam, there'll be positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. That wasn't your guy? Like, so you just going to sit here and lie to us? Like, bro.
We're fucking dumb, sir. We're dumb. We don't remember anything past 5 seconds.
Stop the cap.
Like, bro, I know word for word. He's like, if we take out Saddam, there'll be positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. It's like, come on. This is what I'm saying. It's a constant gaslighting as if we did not watch this man say that for years. And then, of course, Iran is 2 weeks away from a bomb. It's like, come on. We've been hearing this for too long now, guys. Do I need to play the 2 weeks movie again?
He spoke to President Bush and urged him not to go into Iraq. But according to Kent, anything that was bad had to be the Jews. This has to end. The Republican Party has to disassociate itself from its fascist neo-Nazi wing, which is growing within the Republican Party, particularly among young people. And it's a real threat to America, to democracy, to American Jews, to Israel, and to American values. And we have to put an end to it now.
All right, I want to unpack that and have the Hodgson's big take on that. But I mean, number one, I follow all this. I do a whole show is that he was talking about his wife getting killed in Syria, not Iraq. I looked it up. Kent didn't say that.
Yeah,
that's just lies. Okay, so
what was I was watching this? I was watching a debate between Cole Huseman, like Cole from the Free Press, that guy, and then there was Glenn Greenwald or something like that. And wait,
Glenn Greenwald. He's a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. Yeah, he's a Pulitzer Prize. Glenn Greenwald is what broke WikiLeaks.
That's crazy because I watched that guy a lot. I didn't know he was that important. But
yeah, he's the one that interviewed Julia Assange and broke WikiLeaks. That's who did that story. He won a Pulitzer Prize for that.
Oh, hold on here. Hold on. I need to remember what was that about?
He was talking about his wife.
Okay, yeah, he was baiting Cole, and Cole was pretty much trying to tell Glenn Greenwald that, oh, well, he said that Israel was responsible for Trump's assassination. He said it in that Tucker Carlson interview. I was just like, wait, what? No, he didn't. It's like, bro, people are outright lying about what Joe Kent said in his interviews. He said Joe Kent said, damn, what was it again? He said Joe Kent literally said that Israel was responsible for the assassination on Trump at Butler County. And Joe Kent never said that, but Cole was taking that as it was fact. And Glenn called him out on it. He was like, bro, I watched the same interview. Do you think you can send that to me if he sent it? And, Cole said, well, if he didn't, I'll take it out. I'll clip it out. Well, Cole released that video and he didn't clip it out. So apparently he found a clip to where Joe Kent said that. And I had to go rewatch that entire 2-hour interview, and I did not hear that. So they're lying about statements that Joe Kent have made, like openly.
Getting killed in Syria, not
Project Mockingbird.
Yeah, exactly.
I looked it up. Kent didn't say that. That's just lies. Okay, so he's literally saying Joe Kent blames the Jews for everything. You can go look at what Joe Kent said for years, hardly nothing about Israel. So literally, because he says the intelligence assessments that were done by the other intelligence agencies said a 90% chance the middle zone fall, 100% they try to block the strait, they'll be successful. Don't do this. His own chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that. Then he has the will to resign and say, it was a pleasure to serve you, sir. I hope you'll change course. I'm doing this because I can't be morally part of it. And then within days, he leads a neo-Nazi coup. Meanwhile, we have Israel literally running our foreign policy and now coming in to run us domestically and saying they'll use pagers in 8 front war to blow us up. I mean, this is like a Twilight Zone, Hodge Twins.
Right. Yeah. And Derwitz, he became a pathological liar overnight. Everything he pretty much said was a lie. I mean, the reason why we went into Iraq is because weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. Israel gave us that intelligence. Yeah. For him to say that Israel had nothing to do with this, it's like a slap in all of our face. Yeah. The majority of money, of our national debt is because of Israel. Brown University did a study. Is approximately $15 to $16 trillion of our national debt is funding foreign wars based on Israeli intelligence. I mean, I don't hate Jews, but I do hate the fact that we are the backbone of Israel and we support them with whatever endeavor they want to go into. Like this whole Iran war. Doesn't make any sense. They said there's an imminent threat there. There's nuclear weapons. Over a year ago, back in January, Operation...
I'd rather support the Democrats' initiative for free health care than war in Iran. To be honest with you guys, I'd rather support that initiative than war with Iran. Actually, I mean, $6 trillion, I ain't gonna lie, bro. We could at least afford free health care for everybody, probably for like a couple, 4 or 5 years. But that's a lot of money.
Well, just imagine if we used that money in actual small schoolhouses and small communities and actually gave true skill set training facilities to the public.
And a private school education to at least all inner city kids. You don't have to pay for it. It's provided for you by the country you give your money to.
Right. And there's always money for war, but you can't feed the poor. Right. So it's kind of wild how even if you listen to Ball of Confusion, it still all applies today. All that same old school anti-war music from the 60s and 70s still applies today. Nothing has changed. It's just a different sheet of magic that people look in the mirror and see out in the outside world. Oh, we got newer technology in cars. We got phones. We got this. We got all these conveniences. We feel like we got an abundance. Yeah, but we don't have real food. We don't have real health care. Make America healthy again. Yeah, they just gave glyphosate immunity. So how does that help the American public? you know, and that's for national defense that they brought it up against. So it's just where do we stand as Americans when we know that, you know, everything is unsustainable, you know, and we're just
But I'm
trudging
be real with
towards
you.
a
The whole
cliff.
Make America Healthy Again initiative, like, dog, if that was actually a real thing, bro, Pepsi should be a completely different company by now. Like, and they should be facing a whole lot of lawsuits just for all the chemicals. Bro, a lot of these food companies, like, yeah, a lot of them should be changing their ways right now if the Make America Healthy Again initiative was real. But instead, it looks like they might have just bought out that whole initiative.
Well, look into it, Seth. Who owns the food companies? It's all the tobacco companies now own the food companies.
That's true, bro. All the food companies are owned by like a handful of groups, like a handful. Like,
correct.
What was it? I know Kellogg's, Nestle, like, honestly, and those guys are up under our what was it? Man, I'm trying to remember one of the bigger ones. Pepsi's the one of the biggest ones. They own a lot.
Well, there's Kraft, Philip Morris.
Yes, thank you. Kraft, Philip Morris, Pepsi, and I'm forgetting another one. Probably somebody else can name one in the chat, but those are the big guys that damn near poison all the food that you eat today.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, let's just look into it.
Yep.
So it was, they said they neutralized, obliterated. Yeah, but all of a sudden, there was another imminent threat. I don't believe anything that come out of Trump's mouth or anybody in this administration because it's not adding up. Well, if you destroyed their Air Force, their Navy, and supposedly you destroyed the imminent threat of nuclear enrichment, why are we sending more troops there? Why are we trying to invade that country? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think it was never an immediate threat. I think it was just a ruse to get everybody here in America on board with this stupid war. Well, it was that they used that angle. They also used the narrative, make Iran great again. Yeah. Let's free its citizens. Yeah. That stuff with a lot of boomers. Yeah. That watch Fox News. Everything's been a ploy. Yeah. And for them to, for Trump to label these people MAGA. Yeah. Like, for example, you, Alex, you've been like a Trump supporter since day one, and that's made you a target. Right. Right? And you had all these people come after you, and now at this point, after all your support for him, you have no access to this guy. Yeah. Yeah. Laura Loomer has access to him. Yeah, Larry Loomer has access to this guy. She voted for Hillary Clinton.
Like, bro, Trump traded in like Marjorie Taylor Greene for Laura Loomer. I knew he was fucked. I was like, oh, hold on, this is not going in the right direction. Like, and I've seen it slowly happen throughout the Trump administration where the America First, the Make America Great Again guys who got Trump in there slowly start getting pushed out for the Make Israel Great Again guys, like for, Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro. And for some reason, Thomas Massey got kicked out. Marjorie Taylor Greene got kicked out. Alex Jones getting kicked out. I mean, wait, hold on. All the guys that we were actually happy Trump was getting behind, like if Trump didn't get behind these people, he probably wouldn't have got as much votes as he did. But,
well, and that's the thing, and it's being brought up all across media now, where and bravo to Dave Smith for him taking accountability for he as a libertarian saying that he supported Trump and the administration and MAGA, and now he regrets that decision. Actually going up and debating on Piers Morgan and cooking the dude from PBD. I mean, and Dave Smith has some opinions that I don't always agree with, but I think that Dave Smith does a good job as a libertarian, saying that he's principled in being anti-war, pro a good immigration policy, and so on and so forth. Yet again, we can't get there when we have these political entities that have been there for damn near a half a century, still doing the same thing, have been bought and paid for, and just want to keep their seat at the table.
All right, let's keep it going.
And the first time Trump ran for office, Ben Shapiro, he voted for Hillary Clinton. Mm-hmm. But you, as a journalist, you supported him the entire time. Yeah. No access. And
well,
you are
clear.
never,
let's be clear.
Now you woke.
I mean, access has been offered, but my access is on air. My access is to the people. I don't want to go hang out at Mar-a-Lago or the White House now. They're not asking now. I was very happy with Elon and Doge and we were moving so well the first 4, 5, 6 months.
Bruh.
Then it was like a record skipping, or when a car crashes, whenever stuff started to change course. And now it's so flagrant. I've just been trying to get him back on course. I think the big question is now, can that be done?
Yeah, I got to ask this question. Is he compromised? Yeah, because I don't think they're pulling a ruse over Trump's eyes. I think he's either in on it or he's been blackmailed. It's either one of the two.
Hey, when did that controversy
But I don't
come
think
out?
this is a ploy. And that they're
Which one? The Florida Dems? Wait, this one?
No. The controversy of supposedly Trump was in the Epstein files as far as the Bubba comment with Clinton and him giving oral to. And then when did the audio come out that he said, "I don't give a fuck, start a fucking war if we have to, just never let it get out"? There was some leaked audio and everybody said that it was fake. And then when did we start seeing the shift? And then when did we go into Iran?
I don't know about that video. I'm not sure about that video, but I know there was a bit of a video slip. Like, I guess somebody took a little secret recording during one of the briefings. And yeah, like somebody said that they were going to release that entire recording about those briefings over the briefing over, you know, what was being talked about during the lead up to the war with Iran. I heard those videos might get released, but I'm not sure about those other ones. I do know, what was it? The closest thing to that was when Marjorie Taylor Greene said, "Oh, well, Trump, why won't you get these guys on the Epstein files?" And he yelled at her and said, "Those are my friends." According to Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course.
some kind of musician, Israelis and the Israel government pulling this rules over Trump. He's either in on it or he's been blackmailed, because what he's doing now is just a total about face what he had promised everybody here that they voted for him.
And it's not just this issue. They killed almost all the investigations into stuff against him. The auto pin against the voter. All of it's being killed. The investigations into weaponization against his supporters, all being killed. And so I never wanted access or like all his main orbit, all get business deals and all that stuff's going on. I've never tried to be in the establishment. I want to be the guy that's separate from it. But what I did love was, wow, we've got Ed Martin. They've created a task force. He's got all this proof. He's going after him for all this stuff. He had the goods. He had on the auto pin. The chief of staff said, no, state's evidence. They had a committee illegally doing it. He thought he was going to go to jail. And then Todd Blanche just killed it and removed Ed Martin. So, Trump absolutely has to be compromised. And from all my intel, it's not him, but it's people very close to him. And it's very bad stuff that Epstein had. And Epstein was an Israeli operative. That's come out in the documents. It's in the emails. And also MI6 and CIA, because they're all mafia. They don't let you operate unless they're together. And that's a lot of the Trump orbit, which are former Democrats, because literally it's almost no Republicans have ever been found in this, okay? But he brought in all these Democrats, and it's them, and they've got Trump orbit screwing kids and worse. And that's it. That's why they got him.
Makes sense, because Trump is not a typical conservative Republican. He is governing like a Democrat. He's always been a Democrat.
Well, not Alex Jones saying it though is crazy. When Alex Jones is pretty much saying, I ain't gonna lie, Trump is compromised. He's going too far off the path. None of this looks in his favor. It's looking like he might be protecting some people. He says people close to him. So how close would somebody have to be to you for you to compromise yourself? And I'm thinking family member, because F a business partner, F a friend, but maybe a family member I might compromise like my values a little bit on. I'm just thinking out loud here.
He told MTG, she called me months before, and she said, oh my God, I don't know what to do. He just told me it's going to embarrass my friends. You need to stop it. And they went up and made up that whole thing. Her poll numbers were down and she wanted to run for governor of the Senate. None of that was true. And then she was just like, whoa, I'm tapping out. Like, the Democrats want to put me in prison and you won't, and I'm not going to be part of this. And then she told me about a week before she resigned, she said, I may just resign, but don't tell anybody. I just can't be part of this. And she reminded me, she said, he's telling other people I know the same thing. He calls them up. What are you doing embarrassing my friends? If you're going to call up and say, cover this up, you just say, oh, it's old, or we can't take, or, it's national security. And come on. No, he's straight up. He's like, this is going to embarrass us and hurt the stock market. And I told everybody that, because I heard it from other people too, even before he got back in. Hey, don't expect this, because the CIA and others came to him, and then remember.
I mean, who want to invest in a company ran by pedophiles? Let's just be honest now. Like, come on.
Well, that goes into what
I in a company, like, come on now. Imagine investing in a company ran by pedophiles. Like,
well, and that goes what I said earlier. There's been a trend of CEOs that have passed away in the past few years. That's kind of crazy.
The press secretary said, oh, this will hurt the stock market. You ought to be happy. It's about the stock market. So they're literally saying this.
It's like his go-to is the stock market. Even Pam Bondi during the congressional hearings, oh, the stock market's at 50,000. I'm like, what?
That's crazy.
What does the stock market got to do with any of this? These people are guilty. You need to bring these people to justice and get, justice for the victims. It was such a slap in the face. Yeah. When Trump said the Epstein files is a hoax. Yeah. A hoax. How can he come out and say that when he ran on that? Yeah. How can Pam Bondi says the
yo, Josh, appreciate that information.
Epstein files are on my desk.
Okay.
And then he usher in influencers to hold up these empty binders with no information.
And by the way,
that's why I love Elon so much.
People, because he's so successful, say, oh, he must be bad. And maybe he was bad in the past, but he's made a turn. Trump's turning towards evil. Musk is just better and better. Musk said, get rid of the EV mandate, all that. And then he was not even getting government contracts. He was in there cutting all this stuff. And then he found out about Trump and Epstein and said, he's in there. There's a cover-up coming. And then he left. I mean, you got to really hand it to him.
Yeah, he said that. He said it. He tweeted, Trump is in the Epstein files. Yeah, and then that's when they had their whole spout. And then he started calling him some ugly things. And the things he says about, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, calling these people traitors, and then what he's doing to Joe Kent, I was like, man, I've lost pretty much all respect for that man.
Well, let me just say this, and I'm interrupting because this is so important. We're on a lot of radio stations, not on the internet, and on Rumble and on X. This is the majority view. On talk radio, people are smart, but they're thinking, well, Democrats are 10 times worse, so we just need to stick with this. And I'll be honest, I'm not a lesser evils guy, but I kind of agree with that. I think it's important to cover Trump doing bad things so he gets back on track, hopefully, and that Israel's openly saying they run us. That's terrible. But then how do you guys divide it where you still spend time on all the evil stuff Democrats are doing? Because, I mean, remember, when Trump's gone, now we got them to deal with. So it's very paradoxical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the thing. If Trump's not the president, I don't think we're at war with Iran. Yeah. I don't think we have, 15, 16 dead soldiers right now. Yeah, we wouldn't have those 170 dead Iranians. We don't have dead Americans being shot by. We don't have $7 gas in some places. Yeah. I mean, I don't want Kamala.
Hold on now. I heard it was like, is it 11, 13 now? How many dead soldiers there are? I mean, God rest their souls. Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. Let's get those likes up by double tapping that screen and liking the video. Let's get more people on the conversation. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, just go ahead and super chat it in. We'll go ahead and read it out loud and engage with it.
Or Joe Biden in, but this is how much currently right now Trump is screwing everything up with these moves that he's making. Yeah, I'm still a Trump supporter. I'm still a Republican, but I'm not going to sit here and grovel at everything he does as if everything is correct. Like that poll on CNN, 100% MAGA is down with this. And then I post about it on Facebook and be like, MAGA, we're killing it. That's like, how do you fall for CNN polls? Yeah, we just lost a couple of congressional seats. One, I think they both were in Florida. Trump carried those seats. He carried the last Republican 17 points, and Democrats took those seats. I mean, the writing's on the wall. These midterms, it's going to be catastrophic. I mean, Trump, when he won the presidency, that was like an American dream. It was the biggest comeback in American history. Yeah, huge after what momentum. He had to endure over the last 18 years. Yeah, huge momentum. But he had American in the palm of his hand, and he's blowing it. He's blowing everything. We could have had Republicans be the next president. J.D. Vance had a great possibility of being a two-term president, but all that's gone. All that's gone. Because how is this war in Iran going to end? Yeah, and how is it going to benefit America? It doesn't. It doesn't. Thousands of soldiers are going to the Middle East. Yeah. If those deaths start going into the hundreds and thousands, the Republican Party is done for the midterms, and we're done for 2028. Yeah.
Oh God.
And, JD Vance is going.
Nah, that's what I was saying too. I'm like, bro, we're sending thousands of troops over there. Oh, bro, if that shit gets over 1,000, we're cooked. And there's nothing no Republican can do to save it. I mean, especially if this war drags out by months, there's not going to be, even if we stop it in if we stopped it in 4 months, which would be terrible, by the way, it's not going to be enough time to repair the economy, to repair prices in that time. And I mean, and at that point, Trump's going to be a lame duck president, and our vote would be for not.
Well, and the narrative of a short-term problem for a long-term gain is just nonsense. We've been given that narrative before. I really appreciate the Hodgkin's logic when they look at things, because they've never been on one side or the other. They take the majority of stuff that they agree with. They stick as being Republicans, but they do break down where their ideology is individualized versus the supposed, Republican standard of, belief system.
Yeah, that and well, I'll be real with you. I think one in the world to talk to anybody, listen to both sides. And that's one thing I kind of like. I'm modeled after guys like them in a way. I'm willing to listen to both sides. I'm willing to listen to anybody. Like, bro, I will sit down with the president of the United States and have an interview, and I would sit down with the Ayatollah of Iran and have an interview. Like, that's how I would like to keep it. Always listening to both sides, no matter how extreme the other side is.
Well, you got the lunatic on your show, and I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I'm a libertarian. So, and yet again, I really appreciate you having me on. And I like the dialogue.
Hey, what can I say? Hey, bro, I appreciate your opinion, bro. I appreciate all my guys' opinions, like yours, Sid, even Monty. Even though me and him get into it a lot, I still appreciate his take on it. It's just because I don't always want to just be up here by myself and having people think that, oh, he just think he's right all the time. No, I don't. That's why I bring other people up here to either correct me or give me a different perspective that might change my opinion. All right, let's get back to the hot ones.
Going to have this stain on him that nobody's going to want to even touch him. As far as Republican voters go, he's going to have the vice president. He's going to have that opportunity, and he's going to. And they're going to ask him this question when he's running for president, because he's going to be the GOP nominee for the same question they asked Kamala. Yeah, the same question they asked Kamala on The View. What would you have did different? And if he says he wouldn't have done anything different, say goodbye to J.D. Vance, say goodbye to GOP presidential office, and say goodbye to in the midterms. We're going to get ramsacked. Ramsacked? Yeah. I mean, we had everything going for us. And they're just ruining it. Like, you got Lindsey Graham up there on your screen right now. Why does this guy have access to Fox like he's in the war room with Trump? Yeah. Why is he talking like that? Yeah. Why does he have so much pull? Why does Trump
have you seen the interviews where he says, I promise this country we'll do this? He talks like he's the president.
Yeah, and he lifts up Lindsey Graham, but he criticizes Joe Kent. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Does that make any sense? It's backwards. I mean, if anybody with a IQ higher than 6 knows, this doesn't sound right. Lindsey Graham, he said the other day, he said instead of saying Semites, he said Semonites. He's thinking about semen when he's talking.
I'm done.
Well, we know that's about all he thinks about, that in nuclear war. Vampires drink blood. Lindsey Graham drinks semen. He's on he has a carnivore diet. Lindsey Graham is on you didn't know that? Lindsey Graham is on all way right there. Yeah, look at that. In fact, he probably took Trump to the Air Force One bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's got this look on his face, man. He sucked the soul out of me.
I'm sorry. It's a joke, folks. I'm not trying to be mean.
Yeah, we joke with Republicans, right? We can make fun of our own.
Well, let me just say this. I'm going to come back and ask you guys, they're saying
anybody that's known something was up when Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin start getting a little too close to Trump. And we're like, hold on, these are the Republicans that we don't want Trump to model after. So the fact that they were getting closer, that should have been a heavy warning sign.
Against this war, is a neo-Nazi coup plotter. Did you guys know you're neo-Nazi coup plotters? Because you've been listening to some of the articles. I
just found out. A black man from the South is a neo-Nazi? If you believe that, man, you got to be a moron.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, now let's see if my memory serves right.
I mean, look, man, apparently you can't disagree with Trump without giving it to the Democrats. And like I said, if you're like, bro, you're telling me that I'm just supposed to let Trump like do whatever, get away with whatever in fear of, oh, but the Democrats? Like, come on now, bro. That's irrational. That's irrational. Come on.
Where's independent thought? You know, and that's on Democrats or Republican side. You know, independent thought is now being crucified as, you know, you're an
not
extremist. Well, not even that. You're just an extremist. You're a terrorist, or, you know, and it's kind of crazy that this is actually being agreed upon by both sides. And that's where we get these policies where they can invade our privacy and they can watch what we say and what we do. And, you know, I guess in Michigan, they're starting to arrest people and put them away because I think a sheriff had somebody arrested because they made a meme about him on Facebook. And it's just wild that this is being
that. Bro, literally arrested somebody over a meme on Facebook. He's like, well, can you imagine what he'd have done to me in real life? Bro, it was just a fucking meme on Facebook. Are you serious? You're going to say that, well, he would have committed violence against me because of a meme? I mean, aren't you kind of playing into the stereotype at this point?
Well, and it's crazy because he swore an oath to the Constitution as well, because he's a sheriff. He's an actual elected official. He's not just a police officer or a police chief or anything like that. He's actually, you know, elected. So it's just wild, the politics that's being involved all around that takes away liberty and freedom.
I like how you brought that up, though. You are right about that.
I believe 90,000 Marines invaded Iwo Jima, one of the islands they had to take before they got to Japan. And if memory serves, I think like 13, 15, 20,000, I'm going from memory, died. Let's ask Google AI, or you just go to Google and you can do it, ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. You just type in number of Marines that invaded and conquered Iwo Jima. All right, 70,000 to 74,000 U.S. Marines were involved in the invasion of Iwo Jima. I know there's a 90,000 number. Oh, there it is. In addition to the Marines, the total U.S. forces numbered around 110,000, including sailors and Army personnel. Yeah, I've read a different thing. I think it was 90,000 combat troops, 20,000 support. But the point is, I got it generally right. Duration of the battle, 36 days. Casualties, 26,000 to 27,000 Americans. 7,000 Marines. Okay. Again, the way you look at the numbers, they're broken down. So remember, didn't nail it. It's worse than I said. Sorry. People always accuse me of exaggerating. No.
And if you want me to put it in a more, dramatic terms, those are 26,000 families that will not see a loved one. So there you go.
It's almost always worse.
Well, it's glorified.
It really is.
So if you look at war, even in public education, right, we're told that our history is all based off of conquest and war. So it's glorified that maybe, and I don't agree with the history or timelines that are supposedly what is, but that's a different story. I digress. But it's always glorified of war. What movies are glorified? War movies, war movies, war movies. Hey, look at this battle. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. These guys are heroes. We give them medals and all this, right? There's a difference between World War I, World War II, and Vietnam and Korea, because those are draft era wars or conflicts. Anything after is a volunteer force war or conflict as well. So there's two tiers of that. There's the draftees, which are they just pull your number and say, hey, government says that you need to go to war, and whether you want to go or not. So there's two different ratios of that as well. So, I mean, when we look into these conflicts and what it costs for human life, there's so many casualties, regardless if you're a draftee or you're a civilian on the street. You know, people die in war. People are carry the scars of war for generations.
And bro, it just leads into the one big thing about the American tragedy of war, of how it like destroys families. Like, yes, we honor our soldiers for going out there and making that great sacrifice, but let's not forget the families that are affected by this. I mean, kids that are now going to be living in a single family household. They might not get all the care in the world because I'm gonna be real with you. Not like we give these guys a fat ass check for their dead like spouse, father, mother, cousin. We're not doing that. So I would do like this, like let people know. It's like, I hope you guys know, like they're making the ultimate sacrifice and it better be fucking worth it. And I don't think this is worth it. Like, to be quite honest with you, if we're going to make our soldiers go all in, it better be worth it. But I guess that's just me. But hey, to some people, I guess this is worth it. Me, I just can't see it. I'm sorry. I just can't see how this is worth it for our soldiers to risk their life for. I mean, I could see why this is worth it for Israeli soldiers to risk their life for, and I think they should. But us, no, we shouldn't be in this. We should bow this one out. But apparently I'm anti-Semitic for thinking so. But all right, let's get back to it.
Opposing force, 21,000 Japanese dug in is the problem. Okay? So, and you can say, well, we got high-tech weapons. When you actually try to take land, though, boots on the ground, Pentagon estimates are hundreds of thousands of troops just to take it, tens of thousands of casualties. Unbelievable. So here's Lindsey Graham saying, hey, the Marines are on the way. And we took Iwo Jima. Yeah, with 110,000 troops, 76,000 Marines, 20-something thousand dead. And here's Lindsey, who was just a lawyer in the military. I bet he couldn't tie his shoes when he was in the Army. Okay, definitely can't find his ass with both hands. He used to know how to stick his tongue out of his mouth constantly. And so, you know, here is Mr. War Demon saying, hey, we took Iwo Jima. You know how many Marines are going? 2,000. They're sending a contingent of the airborne. It's like 5,000. So they're saying that 8,000 U.S. troops. Have you looked at the Strait of Hormuz? 2,000-foot cliffs all around it, thousands of square miles, mountains all above it, with the main military all dug in with all these islands, and the main military base there all dug in. Unbelievable. So we're supposed to take on an army. The Iranians have a 1 million-person regular army, about 2 million extra. They estimate there's a couple 100,000 there. So 7,000 U.S. troops are supposed to take on the worst terrain in the world, totally dug in against hundreds of thousands. Here's Lindsey, military expert Graham.
Here's the thing, though. As we're moving to these small islands, yeah, all Iran is doing is setting up their soldiers and, of course, their missiles on the coastline, ready for us. Like, they're waiting for us. Like, they're over here tweeting at us, talking about come closer. So here's the thing. I'm not saying that we can't beat their ass, because we can, and we will. But at what cost? That's the problem. Because we can't pretend like it won't be a cost. It's not going to be just. It ain't a Mortal Kombat fight. There is no flawless victory in this.
And I think I mentioned it on your platform before, is that Iran is terrible terrain. It's terrible. It's a terrible ground war terrain. And I don't care which army wants to fight that war. It's terrible. So yet again, can we be diplomatic? Yes. Do we want to be? No. And who's pushing the buttons behind it? I think we know. You know, it's just crazy that you have mainstream media pushing this narrative, and then you have the independent media trying to point out the logic and the events that happened that pushed us into this war. And it's kind of crazy that people still want to disagree with that. I mean, I always say just look at the timeline of documents that are released by our government and go off of that. If you want to believe pundits, that's fine, but always go firsthand sources. And where do you think they're getting their information from?
Exactly. But all right, let's keep going.
Program that's been obliterated, and they're running out of money. So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe in their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterback, and this has been an amazing military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the
He's
Marines.
a piece of shit for saying
not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2
Wait,
Marines.
bro, that's exactly what you're doing, and you never served a day in your goddamn life. Like, bro, what do you mean armchair quarterbacking? I remember when Sid went off on him. He was like, bro, that's exactly what this bastard is doing right now. And second of all, I'm like, bro, you don't even have the skill set. But then guys like him are going to talk about guys like Joe Kent who do have the skill set and the experience. But okay.
And then he says, God bless the fallen. Like, what a piece of shit.
Like, literally, let's all listen to the guy named Lindsey, guys.
Expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island or you blockade the island, but I know this. The day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023, Iran through Hamas attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what Biden started.
So complete and total crap. The Iranians aren't going to give up when that happens. The strait will still be closed. And so they're saying, we'll cut off your money. They don't care. The Pentagon already gave an assessment that is accurate. Hodge Twins, what do you say?
Let me say this. When we invaded Iraq, you don't think Iran...
Here's the thing, bro. We try to cut off their money and destroyed their, currency. But here's the problem. They just start using Chinese yuan. I mean, that's the problem. Like I said, we're about to turn Iran into a BRICS nation at a certain point.
Iran was watching. They knew this day was coming. Yeah. They've been preparing for this for decades. Yeah, not to mention Iran, they have home field advantage. I mean, so far, this whole operation, this war that America and Israel is waging on Iran, they failed to understand that we do have a superior air force. They don't even have an air force. So everything thus far has just been missiles and bombs. But as soon as you send troops there, on land, on foot, the advantage goes to Iran. Yeah, like you said, Alex, they got over 1 million soldiers. If they send 2,500 Marines and then 5,000 Army, I mean, that's a suicide mission. And not to mention, if they try to take back the Strait of Hormuz, it's just a grinders. It's almost eerie of that movie. What's that? The jet movie that just came out. I forget. Top Gun. When they flew in the jets in those canyons and mountains, that's a lot like the Strait of Hormuz. So if the United States really honestly think they can go in and maneuver their way and take over that, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think they could eventually do it, but at what cost? Yeah. How many American soldiers are going to die for Israel? Yeah.
Well, you just nailed it, and that's what I want to say to start the segment. Thank you for reminding me. Lindsey Graham is actually smarter than he acts. He thinks we're dumb. It's called, and it goes back actually to Persia, is where they think chess was invented, but we know the first writings of it, because I looked this up years ago, is in Persian, and it's called a pawn sacrifice. Guys, look up pawn sacrifice in chess. Pull up that move. And that's where you draw people out the way you want, sacrificing a pawn or lesser piece. And listen, it's a cold-blooded thing about being a general. It's what they teach at West Point. You don't like...
I'm a chess player as well. And yeah, you do got to sacrifice even important pieces that, sometimes you got to trick the other player into thinking that you lost your queen. Is like, oh yeah, you think the queen really matters in this game of strategy? Gotcha, sucker. And, you give up, you pretend to give up something important to make your opponent feel comfortable, and then you really fuck them up with other pieces.
Well, it's that way in boxing too. If you're one-on-one with somebody, I mean, that you give a feint to give them to let them expose themselves as far as their reactions. You start getting their timing down, and then you get your distance, and then you just start peppering the fuck out of them with shit that you don't see coming. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. You get your footwork in there, but yeah, I got to get running here. I appreciate you letting me be on here and speaking. I got an interview set up with somebody that's pretty important coming up. I got to wait on the final confirmation. But yeah, I appreciate you, sir.
Hey guys, make sure to follow my man Lunatic Libertarian on his channel, man. Appreciate the support, my man. Shout out.
You always stay free and peace.
Hey man, you too. All right, let's get back to it, guys.
But it's a decision you got to make. You'll send in 100 troops, 1,000, whatever it is, as an expeditionary group, because back then they didn't have drones and satellites, to draw at the enemy to get a look at their strength. And you'd have scouts behind that would see what happened to the guys you sent on a suicide mission. So maybe you get 500 guys killed, but you win the war and save 100,000 or whatever. This is a pawn sacrifice. They are now, we'll get Americans involved once we trap 7,000 U.S. troops and Marines on a death trap island surrounded by mountains and passes in their most fortified area. And then everybody's going to go ape when that happens. So this is a false flag. So let's go back to pawn sacrifice for me real quick. All right, let's pull up definition of pawn sacrifice real quick if we can. You just had it there on screen, but it's okay. A pawn sacrifice is in chess the intentional giving up of a pawn to gain a significant strategic or tactical advantage, such as faster deployment, better peace activity, or an attack on the king. Now, let's be clear.
I mean, you low-key, bro. You could trap somebody into taking a piece, taking your pawn, and turn the entire game around on them just because they made the mistake of taking that pawn.
It doesn't just get us drawn more in. They think with the American psychology, because I think up front, people are going to get pissed. Like if they blow up an aircraft carrier, actually the first response will, okay, now we want full war. Now later people will figure it out. But more importantly, we will find out where they're hidden bunkers, where, artillery pops up, missiles pop up. They're going to be watching all that when they're obliterating our troops. But do we really want them doing that when we were told this wasn't even a war or the war was over, Hodge twins?
Yeah, Trump said it's already won. But we don't know when we're leaving. And MAGA's still contemplating if it's a war or not. No, it's operation. We're in a 40-year war, and Trump is trying to end it. It's just all BS. It's just this bait and switch that Trump has put over is the people that supported him, and then for them to just hop, just to follow along, it's just mind-boggling. It's kind of disappointing because I thought doing the right was way more objective than the left, and it seems like the right is just as bad as the left because a lot of objectivity on both sides are not there.
Like I said, people forgot what they stood for, and they're going for who they stand for. And I guess who they stand for is Trump, no matter what he does. And that's a bad thing. It's like I said, when Trump started breaking promises, I think the only way to steer Trump back on track is actually show that, you will lose this entire base if you don't fulfill your promises. When we showed Trump that he could do whatever the fuck he wants and still gets all of our votes, still get the support, we're basically dealing with somebody that's unaccountable. And I mean, if the base ain't willing to hold him accountable, like I've always been complaining about how the Dems don't hold their politicians accountable, then yes, we're going to get an unaccountable politician, just like how the Democratic base created their unaccountable politicians. We're making the same mistake that they made.
You know what I'm saying? The left and the right, it's two sides of the same coin. The voters. I'm actually really disappointed in the right. Because when I criticize Trump on Facebook, I get attacked. I get called Democrats, Muslim sympathizers. It's like, it's really frustrating. Even when you point out that he's lying, they still don't want to say that, hey, I agree with you. No, it's almost like they're slaves to Trump. It's almost like it's like cultish in a sense. And that's what destroyed the left. The Democrats, there's no objectivity.
Well, exactly. Because they don't want real constituents putting pressure on Trump to do the right thing. They want him isolated and then to cut off his real supporters. So that now the neocons, the globalists have full control.
Right. So you think that's what's happened? They've circled Trump and he's not hearing the real message from his true supporters?
Oh, he's always had trouble with what they call bubble wrap. But back to the earlier question, it is ridiculous. I mean, they're literally calling not just Joe Kent, but I've seen articles attacking you, others, saying you are, quote, conducting a coup, a neo-Nazi coup against the Republican Party when it's literally a foreign globalist Israeli coup. They're literally, so what is it like to learn that you're white supremacist conducting a coup?
I don't know to say. I'm speechless. I kind of like the white thing. I always wanted to be white. That was a joke.
But seriously here.
But like Larry Loomer, she tweeted out something that she has information on these anti-MAGA, these fake MAGA conservative talking heads online and say she's giving it to the FBI, the CIA. We need to go to jail. And for them to call us grifters. Especially you, Alex. People calling you grifters, us grifters. Like, if I was a grifter, I wouldn't have anything critical to say. I would just bravo at everything Trump does. That's a grifter.
Well, let's be 100% clear. I've never gotten money from Democrats or any NGO. All I get is lawsuits and attacks from them. And supporting Trump, all I've gotten is hell. And I never was doing it for money, and I didn't have all the money they claimed I had, but I lost 98% of what I had. I'm happier than ever, quite frankly, because I didn't have much extra, but it's kind of good to downsize a little bit. And I wasn't living that large to begin with, but it's my integrity that matters. I never get up and say something off of, will this be popular or will this make me some money? I literally am always about what I think's right. That's just how my brain works. Right. And, they've got studies out about it.
It's like, guys, you got to understand, too. It's like, honestly, I could have went along with a lot of things that MAGA or that Trump has done, and I'd have continued to get more money. I'd have gotten more money, more followers, more engagement if I'd have just, folded on a couple of topics. Like, what was one topic that I lost a lot of people? Oh, yes, the pro-Palestine position where I'm thinking, oh, well, why not give these guys a two-state solution instead of bombing them to death? And yes, Israel is basically committing a genocide out there. Yeah, well, MAGA did not like that, and I lost a lot of guys with that one. And it is what it is. I stand on that position still to this day. And then, of course, with this Iran war, it's like, for some reason, it's like, hey, he said he wasn't going to do it because of all the bad outcomes, and we're going through some of these bad outcomes, yet you guys are still supporting. I mean, what's going on here? And now I'm the un-American guy. I'm Mr. Doom and Gloom and all this wild stuff. Like I said, it's like anything but hold our politicians accountable, I guess.
People that don't lie and train themselves not to, your brain doesn't even do the calculation to tell a lie anymore. You just spit out accurate info, which your subconscious and unconscious is hundreds of times more powerful. And now they found with Grok, the reason it is the best, gives the best answers, works the best, has the less hallucinations, like ×4 than even the next best one, is when you tell something to lie, and you tell all these other AIs, show everybody's black, so George Washington's black, everybody, the thing starts hallucinating because lying's hard, and it's that simple. And I've literally trained myself because I've told lies. I mean, not about consequential things or really things on air, but in my life, I've hey, did you steal $20 out of my wallet? My dad say, oh no, I didn't do that. I don't want to get my ass kicked. I just wanted to go buy some chewing tobacco. But the point is that I've just learned not to lie. And like, I got pulled over like 5 years ago. Like, have you been drinking? And I said, yeah, I had a half bottle of sake about an hour ago. They said, get out, we're doing a sobriety. And I said, look, my Achilles is blown. It just blew all the way. I can't walk around and hop and do this. They said, all right, you're going to jail. They drive me right in, test me. It's below the number. And the publicity was great. And the thing got dropped. And the cops were like, later I saw them because they're like, wow, we're surprised those people lied. We'd have let you go. You said you hadn't. We had to do that. Why didn't you just tell us you hadn't been drinking? And I said, because I've gotten to this point where it was like I was paying a sacrifice to not even tell that lie. So your wife says, does this look good? Nope. I've just gotten to the point where it is so good because my brain does not even do calculations now about what do I want. It's what does my brain know is accurate. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah, you have a conscience. Yeah, like when Trump was lying about that school, I could see right through him. He was lying. It was like, why would you lie about something? Like, I understand in war, mistakes happen. Yeah. It's best to be honest about it. Take ownership.
What was crazy was about the school thing was when even I spoke out about it. I was like, guys, this is looking like us. And everybody was like, you're un-American for saying that. I'm just like, I don't know, guys. Like, the blast map points to us. The strikes. Oh, S.E.T, how could you not believe that it was Iran? It must have been Iran. Well, guess what? It's proven to not be Iran, and it was us. So, yeah. But here's the thing. It's because I wait for, all the proof to come out. And as they slow rolled out the evidence, it was pointing more and more towards the United States. And then there was some delusional people who wanted to sit there and be like, no, see, you got to look at it like this. You got to see the missiles going at this angle. It is easy. Look at this picture right here. It had to be from Iran. I'm just like, yeah, look. I understand Iran's not this, well-to-do regime, like trust me, I know Iran is the Ayatollah, the Iranian regime has done some atrocities, but I'm sorry, but shooting a school full of girls is even a bit much for them.
Accountability. Why are you lying about it? The truth is going to eventually come out. Hey, Alex, I got a quick question for you. What do you think Trump meant when he said when oil prices started going up, when he said, we're going to make a lot of money.
Well, that's another thing is, doesn't Trump know that oil, he said this many times, energy is the base of any good economy and is what determines inflation more than anything. So he's like, oh, the U.S. has the biggest production.
Oh, no, my bad. Speaking of oil, I had to go look at oil prices real quick, and they're up. Yep. And, people like to look at WTI, but really it's Brent crude oil what's important. And that, of course, is trading over $100. And once this goes over 100, which it looked like it's about to, yeah, we're in real trouble, guys. We're in real trouble if this keeps going up. Like I said, and once it hits 120, yeah, man, things is not looking so well already. But the fact that it's over 100 is already bad. 120, guys, good Lord. A 200, man, what would they call that? Oh, yeah, a global economic collapse. Yes, yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah. God forbid, though. God forbid, of course. But yeah, that's oil prices right now. And I know people, when this is the Brent crude and the WTI, this is what mainly we go off of. This is pretty much where we're selling our oil at. But this is what the world's mainly getting their oil at. This is very high price right here. Tough. But is the short-term pain over yet, guys? Is it over?
Make a lot of money. Yeah, but it doesn't really filter out like that, so it's going to kill your recovery. So what he does now is anything one-dimensionally he thinks is good news, he'll spin any bad fact. And he's just gotten to the point where, because I got to tell you, in the past, I know the facts, I know the issues. And Trump was one of the most truthful people I ever saw when it came to everything. Right. And now, that was great. You see him 4 or 5 times the same day, changes the story. And so, here's the deal. He's 79. Well, I'll tell you what's going on in a minute. I think his brain's going. And I don't mean he's got dementia. And I don't mean, listen, I'm 52. And if I end up working till like 8 or 9 at night, I turn into a complete idiot. Even if I'm not drinking, and I've cut back and sometimes gone 6 months on drinking. But I can literally, if I'm exhausted and have like 4 drinks, I'm drunk. Whereas I'm at the beach and not tired, I can drink 7 drinks, don't even feel it. But now I'll sit there when I haven't even been drinking for 2 weeks, and it's 8 o'clock at night, and I get home and I worked all that time. I sit down for a minute and wake up face down at 2 a.m. Didn't have a drink. I just passed out. Trump is a total workaholic. He sleeps 2 or 3 hours a night. You see him slurring his words now, a lot of stuff. A 50-year-old couldn't. Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, and make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Appreciate the support. Do that. And so what made him so strong, the workaholic, Scottish German blood or whatever, is now what's going to bring him down because he is exhausted.
Yeah, he does have a motor on him. Yeah, he came out here at Vegas, did a rally before he won his election. It was 125 degrees here in Vegas. Yeah. He was on stage. He did a meet and greet before us when I first met him. He went on stage in a blue suit and his red MAGA hat. It's 130 degrees. He's on stage for so long. People in the audience said, man, this dude needs to shut up or he's going to kill everybody. My phone got so hot. Right. While watching him, my phone turned off. And my phone got...
Let's see here. $580 million oil trade made minutes before Trump's key Iran announcement draws scrutiny. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Inside trading, of course.
It's so hot. Right. While watching him, my phone turned off.
Nothing new here.
Kept talking. So I do understand he is a workaholic. Yeah. And that might be what's going on with him. He's working so hard and it's...
No, it is. I'll say it officially. It's not, 25th Amendment thing because he's not, except it is. Here's what Trump is. Trump has Asperger's. I've talked to people that have assessed it. He has Asperger's.
Whoa.
Which is a lot of, and he's highly functioning. The things he knows, he's obsessed with. And so he really he thinks he's doing well. But man, 79, 3 presidential runs, like you said. I told people he'll be in like Alabama, 107, humid, Vegas, 125. And like, when I was like 20, I was in great shape, could do 100 pull-ups at once. The whole gym would be clapping. I'd go to a UT football game, the first game of the year, and it'd be like 105. And I one time literally started to pass out and had to leave. in my prime, I couldn't sit out there for 2-3 hours in 107.
Yeah,
you know, exactly. Right. He's crazy. And so at the end of the day, that's what we have here is, and you can see him physically. He ain't looking good. So
yeah.
And I'm not giving him an excuse. I'm just telling you what I think.
Yeah. And I think you're right. Because me and my brother, we tour a lot. Well, we used to tour a lot, and the physical capacity you got to have, and mental, not only physical but mentally, going from city to city. On a tour doing comedy, and to see what Trump is doing, I know how hard that is.
Yeah.
So that might be the issue that he's having. But
your previous guest, known him 20 years, she doesn't recognize him.
Right. We don't recognize him. It's like something's going on, and I can't. And that might be the issue. Maybe he's working too hard.
No, I think
he don't have the right people around him.
I think it's a combination. I think he's compromised.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
Yeah.
He doesn't. It just seems like he doesn't really care about Americans anymore.
Yeah,
he doesn't care about the things he ran on.
Yeah, the only people that benefit from this war is Israel. We don't have nothing to gain, because if Israel takes over Iran, and just imagine what that's going to look like with over 90 million people. If Israel gets a hold of Iran and makes that part of the Better Israel project, just imagine the power Israel is going to have with all that oil in the Middle East.
Yeah, but that's impossible. I mean, we was in Afghanistan for what, 2 decades?
Yeah.
As soon as we left, it was like we were never there. How are you going to pull this off in Iran?
Well, remember 25 days ago, I came out and I saw you guys and said it's not going to work. And it's not like we're geniuses. We can read the military assessments that are almost always accurate. And they told him, don't do this. That he had the head of CENTCOM and others saying, go ahead and do it. But that's already failed. So there's no reason to even argue this. And that's why Iran, remember 2 weeks ago, Trump says, okay, here's a peace deal. They said no negotiations. So then he goes, I'm going to obliterate you, unconditional surrender, to make it look like he was being tough. Now he sends them a new plan. Okay, 30 days ceasefire, all this stuff. And Iran said, are you joking? No, we're not stopping.
Yeah, these are different breed of people. There's not transgenders walking around in that society. This is a society full of real men.
Yeah.
These are men. That society is a theocracy. They're very close to how the Old Testament, how they lived back then. Yeah. This is not like an American, a bunch of transgenders they hit in the army.
And all the women are becoming OnlyFans models. It's like, I mean, let me ask you this, Alex. Fox News, they always try to implicate that Muslims are our enemy, that the Nation of Islam is a threat to the United States. I don't actually believe that. I don't think none of that is true. You was going to say something? Yeah, that's what's being fed to us. I mean, why do Iran, people of Islam, of that faith, Muslims, why are they our enemy? It's only because of our relationship with Israel. If it was
our relationship with Israel, our interventionism in their countries would destabilize them. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why. Like I said, people complain about, they cry death to America. Well, do you know why they do that? Because if you look up the history of why they do that, you'd kind of feel them. Because I mean, if some country came in and overthrew a president who was trying to do the best for your country, trying to get your people a better deal for your resources that's in your country, and some bigger country came along and just took out that leader and installed their own who's going to give to not your country but the other country that just took out your leader that was trying to do for you, how would you feel? Well, I know what you would do as an American, filled with the American spirit. You would overthrow that. So guess what? That's exactly what the Iranians did. And that's exactly why they have this death to America mentality, because we literally tried to control their resources and their government. And they traded that out. They traded a government controlled by us to a government that can never be controlled by us unless we just take it out.
For Israel, we'll have a entire different relationship with the Muslims.
Yeah, I want to say this. Like when Trump and like the boomers on the right, his supporters on the right, do you think we can just go in there and destroy the army and that's how you're going to win the war? That's not the same war that Iran is fighting. They want to destroy the economy.
World economy.
The world economy.
And they don't have to win.
They don't have to win the war. They just have to destroy our economy, and they win. And they keep saying they have a regime change there. Regime change means absolutely nothing because their culture will live on regardless of who's in power there.
Yeah, well, that's in the assessment, but you guys raised something. We got a whole other hour coming up here in a moment. We'll break. You guys aren't really taking breaks, so you're welcome just to go live on your stream during there. We were having some fun during the last break, because I thought we were simulcasting and you guys were live during the breaks. I've actually studied the sociology, the anthropology, the archaeology, the history of all of this, and the different factions. And you could teach a triple PhD in it. And I'm not saying I have that, but it would take a triple PhD to understand it all and the history of it. But Islam was very barbarous and a real death cult set up by Muhammad. And then it got stopped by the Crusades and pushed back. The Crusades were a response to 700 years of attacks.
Wow. Yeah. I love the revisionist history because Alex Jones is a Christian supremacist. So I already knew he was going to have a terrible take on this. But let me tell you the weirdness in that, or I would say the inconsistency. So apparently it's okay for Christians to do forced conversions in the name of Jesus Christ, but when Muslims do it in the name of Allah, it's now, oh my God, they're so evil. And yes, during the Crusades, there were forced conversions. Yeah, the same forced conversion that you were complaining about Muslims doing. But here's the difference between Muslims and the Christians in the Crusades. Muslims actually allowed Christians and Jews to actually live up under them. Christians actually just killed you. Like, they just killed you. And it was a forced conversion. It's either Jesus Christ or you die. So, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, yeah, and the Crusades was enacted on by a man, a pope, acting as if he can carry out the word of God to send man to go kill in the name of Jesus. I mean, what's more blasphemy than that? But okay, though, the Crusades was just such a good thing, though. Okay. But that's what I was saying. It's like, oh, okay, well, then doesn't that make Christianity a death cult as well? Since there were various kings who were Christians who also had an expansionist nature and who also killed a lot of people to spread Christianity. And of course, there are borders as well. So can we also say that Christianity is a death cult? I mean, if we're being consistent.
That was long before Israel was around, modern Israel. Israel had been around since 70 AD. That's when Titus, the Roman general, sacked and destroyed Jerusalem and tore down the temple, the second temple they want to rebuild. The first one was, of course, Solomon. And the second one got destroyed in 70 AD by Titus, the order of Emperor Pompeo. They want to rebuild the third temple where the Dome of the Rock is right now.
Yep, the Alexamos.
So this is all so well documented in history.
And here's the thing, no, it wasn't a death cult. Like, honestly, here's the thing about like the caliphates and all that good stuff at that time, which was the religious leaders of Islam at that time that was expanding the borders. What they were doing, what every other empire was doing, was conquest. It had nothing to do with their religion. It had everything to do with them wanting to expand their borders for resource reasons. Just like how the Crusades popped off. For one, I'm gonna be real with you, for resource reasons as well, because they did take land, they did use their resources, and they were committing forced conversions. So it's just like, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna be consistent, you can't sit there and only condemn the Muslims. Then you also got to condemn the Crusades as well, because I mean, some man, a pope, initiating the Crusades, sending a bunch of men to kill in the name of Jesus Christ, a man, like, really? And that's not blasphemous to you guys? For some man to send some soldiers out, Christians out, to kill in the name of God, who said that killing is wrong and that you should try to love and understand your enemies. So, I mean, this is really going against the teachings of Christ. But for some reason, Christians act like this is just like such a great moment in Christian history, when it's one of the biggest atrocities in Christian history.
It's a huge subject, but just the Crusades were a response to 700 years of war. They almost took Poland. They took much of the Serbia and all that. They kidnapped at least 5 million mainly women, out of Spain. You know, they took 90% of Spain for 500, 600 years.
Yeah, I know. That's what everybody did. I mean, Christians engaged in taking women as well and putting them into the slave trade because, I mean, that's what people just did, was enslave people. So it's kind of just like, hold on. Why are you trying to act like Muslims were the only people operating like that in that time when everybody was operating like that? Every empire, no matter what religion they were operating like that gruesomely, by the way. It didn't matter what faith you were.
Only the Moors survived up in the north of the mountains. And they're actually basically Neanderthals, weren't the only group in the world, but long story. So you have that going on. And so in the modern parlance, yes, what stirred up the Muslims and helped fund their more, I don't call them radical because really they're Orthodox Muslims. There was a major reform after the Crusades of the Muslims. A lot of their expansion slowed. And then even up until the 70s and 80s, it was rock and roll, Playboy magazine, most of the places. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but you know what I mean? It was reformed in most areas and it was integrating, and it kind of had a reformation. But the CIA with British intelligence, even before that, started funding all the Muslims and the most radical groups, starting, well, the British about 120 years ago, but the U.S. after World War II. And so it's beyond, if it wasn't for Israel, if it wasn't for British intelligence and the U.S. and then the Israelis picking up on it, creating, Israel created Hamas. You guys know that, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then, Jimmy Carter, Al Qaeda, all that. And then, and then Reagan, Mujahideen. So it's all declassified. And so the problem is the people driving Islam were put in by the globalist to now create this clash. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the Hodge twins. They want me to keep going. I'll explain it because it's all on
Well, no, they're not driving Islam. No, they made these guys the global representative of Islam, even though Muslims didn't choose them to be the global representative. The globalists did to push out this fear of Islam. Because if your average image of a Muslim is, well, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, then that's all you're ever going to think of Muslims as, these type of people. But if you thought of Muslims as, I say, what, the one in Americans, the one in Jordans, the ones that are, Saudi Arabia, the peaceful ones, the ones that we're cool with, then you wouldn't really think that bad about Muslims like I do. It's like, I know a lot of good Muslims. And I know a lot of good Christians. It's the reason why I have no hate for either group. But I don't like when each group hate on each other. And it doesn't really do anything for us at all. At all. We got Christians talking about we need another crusade, and I'm just like, against who? And in America, y'all really shouldn't be talking, because I'm like, what, y'all scared of 5 million Muslims when y'all got over 100 million Christians? And of course, if you guys Christians want to beef amongst each other about what denomination is right, shoot, then I guess y'all want to dwindle y'all numbers even further. And at that point, what won't you divide yourself by?
All right, I want to ask the Hodge twins this before we join some stages at 6 after, and I'll finish up with my brief history lesson. I have some interesting clips. I just so happen to have a stack today. We've got former top counterterrorism official John Loftus and military expert on how the CIA is really run by the British intelligence, then the Nazis took it over in World War II, and then by British intelligence in the U.S., and now by Israel. Of course, he was like number 2 in counterterrorism, John Loftus. I want to kind of explain that to people that it's pretty sophisticated. But let me ask you guys this question. It's paradoxical. Again, I'm really upset with Trump. I'm trying to get him back on course. More and more, I don't think it's going to happen. Israel's literally trying a domestic takeover, not just foreign stuff. They admit they are. Incredibly dangerous, statements of threatening people, saying we're Nazis and all this. What do we do about the Democrats, though? Like, what's going to happen if they win the midterms, or if they get back in the White House in 2.5 years?
I'm afraid that this war is going to go so bad. We're going to lose the midterms, but we're going to lose it so bad that we're going to lose the House and the Senate. And if that happens,
bro, we're going to be praying on a sensible Dem to win the to win the primaries for the Democrats, and pray to God it ain't Gavin Newsom.
If Democrats have the vote, not only will they impeach him, they will remove him from office. Yeah. And if they have that amount of power, what will they then do? Yeah. We're kind of caught in a at a rock and a hard place, because who's going to believe us that the left is crazy when you got Trump casting this war over Iran and we losing, hopefully I'm wrong, thousands of American lives. I mean, what power will we have? I mean, the GOP is just ruining everything that we put on we gave them pretty much a silver spoon for them just to take over, and for the next decade or two, for this country to start leaning more moderate and right. At the very least, more moderate, if not more Republican conservative. But now they painting this bad reputation over Republicans like we warmongers, we killing United States citizens in the streets with ICE. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, we can stay positive, do the best job we can. Hopefully, Trump can turn this thing around. Hopefully,
all right, guys, I got to go ahead and close on now, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We've reached that 4-hour mark, but I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys out from a word from our partners, guys at Kalshi. Make sure you guys go ahead and sign up with Kalshi with my promo code, S.E.T Media. I'm going to go ahead and play that ad, though. But this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Appreciate the support, guys, and make sure you guys double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel on your way out. All right, guys. Peace. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.